Good morning and a very warm welcome to Oulton Park and the latest meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. We're live on Alpha Live as well as here at the circuit. It's Ian Soman up here in the commentary box and Josh Barrett alongside me, and we're looking forward to 9 races today from 5 different categories organised by the 750 Motor Club. And Josh, it promises to be another really excellent day's racing, doesn't it?
Absolutely. We got 9 races, as you say, from 5 different categories. We were just at Oulton Park, weren't we, just last weekend, with 26 races, all sprint races there, for 13 categories. And the grids are massive at Donington. The grids for different championships, again, are huge. Out on track, Oulton Park, 750 Motor Club in such good health. I think, 500 plus competitors racing over the last 2 weekends, which is fantastic.
It certainly is. We're just coming to the end of the final qualifying session of the morning, which is for the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. And just to update you on what's going on there at the moment, well, in provisional pole position, we've got Carl Swift and Rob Baker. They have done a time of 1 minute 50.34 seconds, but that's just 17/100ths of a second faster than Joe Taylor, the winner from Silverstone, in his Lotus. And for Carl and Rob, Josh, it's a different car this weekend.
Absolutely. They've been in a Honda Civic in the first 5 rounds of the championship, switched into their Seat Euro Cup car, and it's obviously proving to be a good car indeed. And it'll be interesting over the course of the day here at Oulton Park and in the multi-class, the multi-car races, to see how cars are quicker on different parts of the circuit. We've got hills, we've got slow corners, we've got fast corners. As we can see here through the second gear chicane, but then you climb up a hill. So the lighter cars should be more nimble through the corners, but then won't have the power up over the hill. So that's going to be really interesting to see how that develops over the course of the day. Just looking at what's going on within the classes in this
Club Enduro qualifying session. Fastest in Class B at the moment, that is the Honda NSX of Chris Nyland and Adam Burgess at the moment in the number 133 car, and they are faster than the man that is leading the Class B Championship and could even wrap up the whole Club Enduro Championship this weekend. That's Steve Cheetham in his Boxster.
It's unusual for Steve Cheetham to be on pole or get fastest laps during the course of these races, but he has the tendency to be really good throughout a distance or race. So good to see the NSX out there and really quick, only 2.5 seconds off the overall pole, which is impressive.
And Chris, just in the background there, you can see that Steve Cheetham has just come into the pit lane as well, local man in his Porsche Boxster. Class C at the moment, fastest there, you've got the Mazda of John Munro and Nick Dougal. They are regular front runners in that Mazda, as the checkered flag has now come out to bring an end to the qualifying session, and the sort of leaders within that class in the championship a little bit further back on the grid, possibly, Josh.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a couple of MX-5s at the front, the Munro Dougal car on pole, like you say. Then Darren Kerr in second, he's second in the championship. Then third is Andrew Lightstead and Imran Khan, which is the championship leader. So this is what we were talking about. The lighter, less powerful Mazdas are quicker than the big, heavy, but more powerful BMWs.
Yeah, so as the checker flag has come out, let's just give a quick rundown actually on the top 10 in qualifying. Pole position, Carl Swift and Rob Baker in the Seat. They've done a 1 minute 50.34. Alongside them on the front row of the grid today will be Joe Taylor in the Lotus, a 1 minute 50.51. Third fastest, number 32, that's Leon Bidgeway. Another Lotus, 151.01, and then it's Rory Hines and Owen Fitzgerald in their BMW number 8, fourth fastest on a 151.06, so you can see how close it is. And to make it 5 cars separated by less than a second in qualifying, so a very competitive race we should have, it's the number 33 car, Luke Sedjakowski and David Whitmore. That's the BMW M4, 151.21 for them. A little bit further back then you've got Peter Moulsdale and Stuart Kent, a 1 minute 52.66 seconds. 7th fastest is the Wallace brothers, Matthew and Simon, in their BMW 152.74. Then 8th fastest you've got the Invitation class car of Stuart Dayburn and Dave Trick. Oh, and a change right at the end of the session there has put Leon Bidgeway actually onto pole position. So he's moved up from third to first. He's done a 1 minute 50.21 right at the end of the session to go 13/100ths faster than Swift and Baker. So that's a late change. I was telling you the 8th were Dayburn and Trigg, 9th the 133 car, that's the first Class B car of Nyland and Burgess. Then Huxley and Gardner round out the top 10 in the number 16 car with Steve Cheetham, then 11th fastest, number 43, championship leader, the second of those Class B cars. So that's going to be the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. We'll have a 2-hour race for that after the lunch break. But we do have 4 other categories here for you today, with coming up, first of all, 4 races before the lunch break, the Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship, 13-minute plus 1 lap race for those cars. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as well. Great fields of BMWs across a range of different classes. We've then got the Protech Shock Sport Specials, which incorporates the Mazda low-cost category as well. And then completing the racing before the lunch break, the OLM Racing Bikesports Championship, where there's been some drama in qualifying, where the championship leader, Joe Staples, has had problems with his Radical in practice, engine and gearbox issues, which hopefully should all be sorted for the race, but it does mean that for both races this afternoon he will have to start at the back of the 18-car grid. So some entertainment, no doubt, there, Josh, as we'll watch for Joe coming through the field. Absolutely,
and Oulton Park, traditionally not the easiest circuits to pass, especially in cars like that, big aero cars, but over the course of the day, be interested to see how difficult overtaking is around this circuit and where you can do it. First time I've actually been to a 750 Motor Club meeting at Oulton, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes over the course of the day.
Yeah, and we are for this meeting on the full international circuit as well, the longest of the Oulton Park configurations, full 2.7 miles in length. So they will head through the first call, the right-hander at Old Hall, down the avenue towards Denton's and the sweeping left-hander at Cascades, then past the lake, along the lakeside straight towards the rapid left-hander Island Bend, then a heavy braking area for the Shell Oils hairpin, 180-degree right-hander, which will bring them then towards the Britain's chicane, a filly left, uphill on the exit, uphill top, then dropping back down towards Hislops and then Knickerbrook, so another chicane shortly after the first, then climbing back up through the woodland section, through Clay Hill, towards the quick right-hander at Druids, under the Warwick Bridge, towards the deceptively tight right-hander at Lodge Corner, and then up over Deer Leap to complete the 2.7-mile lap, which in the Club Enduro cars we've seen takes around 1 minute 50, and in the some of the other cars it'll be up over a 2-minute lap time here at Oulton Park. So the final qualifying session is over. The cars are heading into Parc Fermé for their post-qualifying checks, and we will have our first race of the day underway very shortly for the Tweeks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. The cars will be in the assembly area all ready for that to come out onto the grid shortly, and we will look forward to that in just a moment. Bright day, the forecast is set fair here at Oulton Park, which means that we should, all being well, have a good, clear day's racing, scheduled to run all the way until about 5:45 in the evening.
I guess there's lots of people here, Ian, as well, racing at Oulton Park for the first time, because 750 Motor Club only sort of came back here again, was it last year or a couple of years ago?
A couple of years ago, about the last 3 or 4 years. There was a bit of a gap before we returned in about 2016, I think it was.
Right.
For the first time. I mean, I've got a piece of paper, I've noted all of the past Oulton Park winners for the categories racing here today, and it's pretty sparse, whereas I'd filled a sheet of A4 for the equivalent exercise I did at Donington Park last weekend. So that shows that a lot of the drivers here will be much less experienced racing around the 2.7-mile Oulton Park layout. It's actually the first of 2 meetings here that the 750 Motor Club are organising in the space of 3 weeks. We're back here at the beginning of October with a whole different range of championships. When we're racing on the shorter circuit, the Island circuit, so they take the right-hander at Island hairpin rather than the left-hand sweeper. And again, that should be another cracking and very full meeting indeed, and that's in about 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, yesterday in testing, I think there were quite a few red flags, as it tends to be in the short session. So I think drivers, and then in a short, 15-minute qualifying session for most of the categories here, sort of bedding themselves in. So learning the circuit as the day goes through, as I guess the tendency is in club racing, with lots of new drivers out there learning a track and learning it throughout the course of the race. So not everybody would have been testing yesterday.
No, absolutely not. Some will have just arrived here this morning and have gone straight into qualifying, possibly never having driven the circuit before. And also some drivers who had dramas yesterday. For example, in that Club Enduro session, I know that Sam McKee, I think, only managed 1 20-minute session in the testing yesterday, and I don't think Adam Meelan got out on track at all because they had a drive shaft issue. and that really was sort of disrupted their preparations for this weekend's race. After it's been a somewhat disrupted season for them as well, with dramas at Croft, which damaged the car and took a little while to repair.
Interesting with the low-cost category coming up here. Potentially a little bit of a mixed-up grid. We've got Cole Roussillard on pole, who won back at that weird race at Donington Park where lots of dramas going on. But good to see he's right there on pole position in what was a bit of a disrupted qualifying session. Actually had a red flag in the middle of it. And on a long lap like this, that really does hurt how a qualifying session can go for you to get in your laps. And you need to get in 2 quick laps in these races, because the second grid we'll see this afternoon set by the second best laps. And that's actually a very different grid, where Roussillard is on pole for the first one. He's only 9th for the second race. So got 2 actually very different grids, which isn't always the way with this qualifying system.
No, it's not, but it should make for a very interesting day's racing for the Locost, as it always is. It's a championship that has 2 meetings left to run, including this one. So at Oulton Park here today, and then Snetterton in 4 weeks' time for the concluding round of the championship.
And it's 2 so different circuits, isn't it? Well, I suspect around here at Oulton, the drivers are going to have to work for an overtaking move rather harder. At Snetterton, you probably can just slipstream past somebody and have it all done much easier than perhaps around here.
Yeah, there's certainly much more opportunity at Snetterton with the long straights to be able to get a good lap in. Well, it looks like we're about to get the low costs released out onto the circuit. I can see the marshal just beneath me signalling the cars out onto the track, and indeed you can see them on screen as well. And it is a different car this weekend for Carl Royssenaars, who is on pole position then. He's alongside Murray Shepherd on the front row of the grid. Royssenaars, who was running strongly in the championship, but now is a bit further down.
I think that's the car that Ben Powney took victory in last time out at Brands Hatch. And so
So, round 13 of the Demon Tweeks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship here at Oulton Park, and the grid for this one is going to line up as follows. On pole position will be number 84, Carl Royssenaars, and alongside him, number 2, Murray Shepherd. The second row will have number 12, Tom Gadd, alongside number 44, Louis Wall, who won his first ever car race here at Donington Park back in 2017, but in very different conditions from this. The third row will have number 43, David Mason, alongside number 42, Andrew Tate, well up the grid. The fourth row, number 94, Martin Weston, last year's champion, number 1, Mark Burton. Row 5 will be 69, Greg Smith, and number 87, Craig Land. On the sixth row, it will be 29, Jeff Peake, and 8, Sean Brame. The seventh row, 15, Matt Grow, and 88, Jack Chapman. The eighth row, 19, Daniel Garrett, and 74, Gary Brandon. The ninth row, 96 and 47, that's Jonathan Higgins and Tim Penstone-Smith, who always races better than he qualifies. The 10th row, we'll see number 79, David Johns, line up alongside number 73, Rob Apsey. 72, Alex Artis is on the 11th row, alongside 82, Paul Clark, who should be a bit further up the grid than that, really. Row 12, 28 and 38 being Dave Berry and Russ Atwood. On the 13th row, 127, Danny Andrew, look out for him. Former champion, alongside 60, Dean Hale. The 14th row has 33, Glenn Boyer, and 41, Keith Malpas. The 15th row, 27, Mick Laxon, 66, Paul Williamson. And it's still going on. 16th row, 20 and 10. 20, Bill Ward, and 10, Abigail Harris. The 17th row should have been 71, Jonathan Lister, but he's blown an engine, and 99, Ryan Garrett. The 18th row, 30 and 36 being Jay McNally and Ian Thornton, and number 83, Jake Boydell, should be at the back of the grid. Championship being led coming into this weekend by Tom Gadd on 223 points. That is 4 points clear of Martin West, but once drop scores get taken into account, then that gap is a little bit bigger than that. It works out, in fact, at around about 22 points between Gadd and West. And actually on drop scores, Louis Wall, who's third place on gross points, leaps up into second position. Mark Burton, Murray Shepherd and David Mason, the other drivers, still with a mathematical chance of taking the championship as they come into this final race of the weekend, or final stages of the season. Just one meeting to go at Snetterton after this. Most of the winning this year, well, that has been done by Tom Gadd, Josh. He's had 5 wins so far this year.
Absolutely, but it's been pretty spread out otherwise. He won 3 at Croft, where the majority of he's come from. Murray Shepherd, he's won 3 times. We've also had single wins for Martin West, Louis Wall and Cole Rousenard. So that's 6, and 3 wins, 2 for Ben Powney, who's not out here. So 6 different winners so far this season, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and Martin West has been amongst them, but he's only had the 1 victory this season. We just saw his number 94 car on the shot there.
And that came right at the beginning of the season at Oulton Park, so hasn't won since then. That car for sale, I think.
Yeah, so big grid, as you can see. You can see Snappy Jack in the background there. That is the car of Tim Penstone Smith. That is the Union flag liveried car. But more and more cars coming up to line up on the grid, as we say. Should have 19 rows of them, so very nearly 40 cars on the grid for this Stephen Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship race. Pole position, though, is Carl Roysenar's, a different car for him. It's number 84, but it's a TSR prepared car, alongside number 2, Murray Shepherd. He's had 3 wins so far, had a pretty strong meeting at Cadwell Park, didn't he, with a couple of victories there, also won at Brands Hatch last time out as well.
So sort of in the second half of the year, he has been the most successful driver.
Yeah.
So perhaps one to watch. And that's the ex-championship winning car, isn't it, of Ian Alley, that he is aboard.
That's right. So it's going to be a 13-minute plus 1 lap race for this Demon Tweeks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. I can see the final few cars just coming into position for all of the races today, effectively getting a green flag lap out of the assembly area onto the grid. So there's no separate green flag laps unless there's a change in conditions, but I don't think we should have any of that today with the forecast set for it. It's a beautiful day here at Oulton Park, and we are set for the first of our races. So it's the number 2 car of Murray Shepherd on the right, Carl Roysenars is on the left there, in the black and yellow car, and the second row just behind Roysenars, you can see the black and green car of Tom Gadd. Final cars just coming into position. There's one just being pushed away by the marshal at the back, but I think she is going to wave the green flag, and should therefore be good to get the first race of the day underway. Just actually, 1 or 2 marshals just trying to clear the grid. There is a problem I can see towards the back, with one car needing a bit of attention, possibly.
It's almost like a few cars perhaps come a little bit too far forward and they're sort of being pushed back into position, aren't they? Quite difficult starting near the back because you have to have a significant hill start.
Yes, especially it's such a big grid here. They're sort of well round Deer Leap, and it is they drop off the hillside almost, don't they? And they are just around the corner as well from the starting lights as well. Right, we do now get the green flag from the back. 1 minute board goes up. I suspect that these will be quite short minutes. So 30-second board goes up, 5-second is on. Lights go out and away we go then, and it's a pretty good start between both of the front row drivers, but it's the number 44 car of Louis Wall that's made the best of the starts, and Mark Burton, number 1, has failed to get away. But as they head down towards Old Hall Corner for the first time, Mark Burton I can see pulling off onto the left-hand side. That's David Mason going wide over the left-hand side of the circuit. There's one off on the right-hand side of the track as well. One
Gary
spins.
Brandon.
That's Gary Brandon, number 74, and he just noses into the barrier. So one or 2 cars having a moment as they go down the avenue, but it's the number 44 car that leads the way. That is Louis Wall then from Murray Shepherd in second place as they head along the Lakeside Straight for the first time.
Unfortunately, that was sort of a typical Old Hall incident, wasn't it, with a few cars running off wide, and I think there might be cars off there too. But Murray Shepherd, I think he grabbed the lead, did he, into Island Bend? He has, and big slipstreaming opportunities, of course, through this section of the circuit. So it's Shepherd that leads. They go through the Shell Oils hairpin up towards the British chicane. Louis Wall into second, I think. So Cole Routenard has lost a couple off the start.
Well, the change there is that Maurice Shepherd's got into the lead, because it was Louis Wall that was leading then. So Maurice Shepherd has taken the lead there. Tom Galley said it's Routenard that's dropped back to, what's that, 5th place, 6th place?
Yeah, 5th behind it there. He's sideways. Martin West in front, but we're going to get a safety car intervention at the end of this lap when we get to the line because of the incidents at Old Hall. But they can race until they see a yellow flag, which I haven't seen as of yet. But there's car number 2. That's Murray Shepherd ahead of Louis. We'll see the safety car on the circuit. There's a couple of cars off just past Old Hall there, but now the arms are coming out of the cockpit of these low-cost cars as they have reached those yellow flags here.
So certainly we've got Mark Burton's car, which is off just before Old Hall corner. So I think that was just the number 1 car that failed to get off the line. I think that was all on his own, but then there were 2 or 3 cars that spun. I can see we've got the 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle on the scene on the avenue, and possibly they're just attending to a driver. And we can see the safety car just as well, waiting around the Old Hall corner, waiting for the pack to come through. The pack currently is headed by Murray Shepherd, and it is on its way up towards Lodge Corner. And Murray Shepherd's sort of controlling the pace of the pack here. He's going quite slowly already, isn't he? So a little bit of a wait before he gets to the safety car at the rate he's going.
Yeah, let's hope that's going to give good opportunity for our hard-working marshals, though, to do what they need to do down there at the avenue without losing too many laps of this race. So the cars will come across the line, led by Murray Shepherd, as Ian said. Good start, though, by Louis Wall. So he, as you said, really moved through, but that slipstream effect allowed Shepherd back ahead. And of course, the big loser was our pole sitter, Cole Routenard, that has dropped to 5th place, behind also Tom Gadd and Martin West. And we've got Greg Smith there in 6th, ahead of David Mason and Jeff Peake. In 9th is Andrew Tate, going well, ahead of Craig Land. In 11th is Matt Groh, 12th is Jonathan Higgins, 13th Tim Penstone Smith, 14th is David Johns, 15th is Paul Clark, in 16th is Glenn Boyer, and the rest of the field coming through quite slowly, aren't they? In 17th position will eventually click through. That's Dave Berry ahead of Rob Apsley. Danny Andrew is there in 19th, returning to Locost, and Alexander Artis concludes the top 20.
And the red flag's now coming out. I think the incident is going to take too long to get cleared.
I think that's Sean Brame that's off on the right-hand side of the circuit, which you can see on your screens by that red flag that is being shown. But I think that's a sensible decision, Ian, because otherwise we would have had a lot of this race lost. As it's such a short race, a long laps behind the safety car isn't what anybody wants. So that gives time. And there's another car across the circuit, I think.
Yeah, well, there was the Gary Brandon car off to the left, wasn't it? That we saw, and that did connect with the barriers.
I think that we couldn't quite see there, Ian, there's a car on the circuit as well, just behind the rescue vehicle.
Yeah.
And there's a car on the right-hand side too.
That looks like the car of Dean Hale, I think, number 60. So there's 4 cars that didn't come through at the end of lap 1. Mark Burton we know about, Sean Brame, Daniel Garrett and Dean Hale, which suggests, yes, that Gary Brandon did actually make it round at the end of the first lap. We now have the MSV medical car that's heading out onto the circuit as well. So it's going to be a bit of a hiatus, I think, before we are able to get this Demon Tweeks Yokohama low-cost race back underway. So definitely the right decision to red flag it while the incident is dealt with. You can see on your screens that already the breakdown trucks are on their way to the scene to pick up some of those broken cars. So here at Oulton Park for round 13 of the championship. Low-cost have only raced here at Oulton Park once in recent years. That was 2 years ago. And Louis Wall is the only driver that won a race that day. We had 3 races that day that's competing here this weekend. Ben Powney and Ian Alley were the other drivers to take a win on that day back in 2017. And certainly it was a very good start to the race by Louis Wall. He came through from the second row of the grid, taking advantage of not such a good start from Murray Shepherd. And Carl Roycenar certainly dropping back a little bit at the beginning of that race.
Louis Wall, that was his first race, as you said earlier, after competing in supercars. So sort of a different style of racing, a very different type of car or type of vehicle to drive, and a very different speed level to get used to. But Louis Wall's one of the drivers in championship contention this year, isn't he, Ian? After that win he had just last month at Brands Hatch.
That's right. I mean, at Brands Hatch, just looking at that, the wins there, Louis Wall, Ben Powney, two of the winners from Oulton Park a couple of years ago, and Marie Shepherd in the car that won here 2 years ago, and it was in the hands of Ian Alley. So
good to see Keith Malpas out in that repaired car, isn't it? I saw that looking pretty good in the paddock earlier, because his wife, Jeanette, had quite a sizable accident at Cadwell Park a couple of months ago.
That's right, yes. So good to see that that's been brought back out for this weekend.
See, he made it through that first lap incident, but as I was saying at the time, it's such a typical Oulton Park thing, isn't it? Cars run out wide through what is a pretty tight first corner on a packed grid, and then they just sort of lose traction on the grass, don't they? And then they end up coming back across the circuit, which is occupied by many other cars, and it's so hard to avoid contact. And there's not far you go to the inside until you get to Armco barrier. It happens so often at Oulton Park. It's a shame, though, in any way to start a race like that.
It definitely is. Oulton is one of the more, I guess, unforgiving circuits on the calendar. But it's also a circuit that the drivers very much like.
That's what I was going to say. It's half the reason they like coming here,
It's a great driver's track.
Much like Cadwell Park.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Locost, of course, celebrated its 20th anniversary at Cadwell Park back in July, earlier this year. The championship instigated back at Mallory Park, actually, in 1999, with just half a dozen cars on the grid. Simon Pollan, who went on to race in British GTs, amongst other things, winning the first ever low-cost race. And the concept was built around the book Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as £250 by Ron Champion, who was a guest of honour for that event at Cadwell Park. And that was, formed the basis of a championship. It was a 7-style, so a Caterham-looking chassis with, at that point, didn't have the full roll cage, just had a rollover hoop, but the design of these cars has evolved over the years, and they now look really very well put together, very professionally put together machines, all of them really on the grid. And probably goes without saying that the cost of putting it together now is now a bit more than £250. You're looking at a few £1,000s to buy a pre-made car these days, but still it is one of, if not the most affordable ways of going racing.
And one of the most successful series in the country, hasn't it been, for a number of years now?
Yeah.
With places like Brands Hatch and Cadwell Park this year, the 750 Motor Club needed to bring in the group system, which means everybody races twice over 3 races because you can't fit everybody on the grid. And was it Locost even that first sort of brought that group system in, 5-6 years ago?
Yes.
Because of the size of the grids. Before that, sort of had 2 heats and a championship race afterwards.
Yeah.
But that sort of isn't so regular anymore.
No, it's the way that has evolved really to have this group system. It means that everyone has the same number of championship races, all being well. So we have this slight hiatus, but you can see there the very hard work that's been going on, not only by the volunteer marshals, but also by the recovery crews who are in the process of taking those cars away. You can see the 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle. You can see a fire truck on track. There'll be one of the clerks of the course, I'm sure, will be down there as well, just making sure that all of the incident is satisfactorily dealt with. And there's a lot of work for our start line marshals to do to get the cars all back into the right order, because we'd only had one lap when the red flags came out, so we'll go back to the original grid, so that at least saves a little bit of time in that we don't need to get a new grid issued. And
it'll please Cole Rousenard, I should think, who was running 5th under the safety car.
Yes, no doubt it will. He's got a second chance to make a better start from pole position.
What we should note this time, Ian, is there won't be a further green flag lap, will there?
No, absolutely right.
So for perhaps people that come in that's new to 750 Motor Club racing, don't always have a safety green flag lap, generally for cars that don't have slick tyres, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, these cars, they do run on treaded tyres, so no green flag lap is required for them. They go straight into racing.
I suspect it won't be too much further, because I think too much longer, because we've got, I think, all the recovery down there. I think the 750 Motor Club ambulance was more there to help out with further marshal power rather than any further drama, I think.
And I think that's always the case, that any time there's an incident like that, they will scramble to the scene to do whatever it is that is required at that particular point in time. I think the good news out of all of that, from the point of view of the length of the delay is concerned, no barrier damage as far as we could see, which is sometimes a time-consuming issue, but doesn't look like it will be on this occasion. There's Mark Burton. He is being taken back to the paddock on the back of a tow rope. He qualified 8th for this race, lying 4th in the championship coming into this weekend.
He's had a bit of a weird season, hasn't he? Because he was so dominant last year in his first full season of circuit racing, when he won sort of half the races. But this year he hasn't won any races. He's only been on the podium 5 times. Like you say, still in championship hunt, but more due to consistency rather than outright pace, which has been unusual. And I think it's been a bit of a frustration to him. Usually in your second season of racing, you'd probably be pretty happy with how his season has gone, because last year was so good, it sort of puts, it means you expect more, doesn't it?
It certainly does. But Locost gets ever more competitive. As just out of our commentary box window, we can see the 19 car of Daniel Garrett coming in to the paddock. It's got quite heavy damage to both front corners, so whether we'll see that one out again later today or not, I'm not quite sure. The Locost have 2 races today. Second race due to happen at around about 10 to 4. So we'll see if that car is able to get back out, but it would need a bit of work in order to do so. So we've got the cars gradually filling up their grid positions.
Gridding them up again.
So we will have, I would think, a slightly reduced race distance once the race gets back underway. We've not been given any notification of what that race distance will be. Locost, as I say, concluding their season at Snetterton after this meeting. That's on the 12th and 13th of October, which will be the championship finals weekend for for many of the championships. Some will also have their championship finals the weekend before, and some will conclude their championships at Silverstone at the end of October, the day after the traditional 750 Motor Club curtain closing event, which is the Burkitt 6-hour relay race.
Mark Burton's joined the queue, but only behind the Land Rover recovery vehicle, so I expect that'll be for the pit lane. Like you say, he'll be one of the number of people trying to get that car repaired ahead of the race later on today. So hopefully that can be done, because Mark Burton, the grid for the second race set by second fastest lap times, so he doesn't have to worry about the result from this one. Actually qualified 4th for the race later, so he'll be keen to get out for that.
View over the Oulton Park lake, familiar feature of this parkland circuit, one of the most beautiful of all of the circuits in the UK, of course.
We were saying how different Oulton Park is to Snetterton. Snetterton doesn't look like that.
No, if you've never been to Snetterton or never seen Snetterton, we do have our live stream from there from one of the days of racing at Snetterton. It's somewhat less picturesque, but it's a very good facility in many respects, but it doesn't have beauty particularly on its side. But Oulton Park certainly does. I can see out of the window we've got cars more or less formed back up on the grid now, so I don't think we're going to be too far away from getting the race restarted. We'll keep an eye on the marshals.
We saw that Mark Burton car come back into the pits, haven't we? And that's perhaps happening shortly. We see the fire truck also making its way towards its position. So like you say, it shouldn't be too much longer. I don't think we've got a word on the restart time, but I guess it'll be something like 10 minutes or so. So what, maybe 5-6 laps of racing that we should get to follow this period.
Yeah, it being quite a long lap, the pole position lap time was a sort of 2-minute 4.81, so it means that the number of laps of racing we get are relatively few and far between.
That was almost a couple of seconds under the lap record, which was done by Alex von Erheim, which would have been 10 or so years ago.
I'm just trying to look back to see exactly when that was set. Just get my pieces of paper sorted, and I'll be able to see exactly what year that was set. It was set in 2009, so exactly 10 years ago. Just looking at the lap records for the other Oulton Park layouts for Locost, they go back to 2001 in the case of the Island circuit, which we've not raced on for quite some time.
When we've been here the last few years, it's generally been in April when it's probably been raining, hasn't it?
Yes, it has, and certainly 2 years ago when Lou Wall won that race, that was a very wet race, so Conditions not conducive to setting lap records on that occasion.
Of course, back when Alex von Erheim's lap record was done, we had lights on the cars, and so a bit more slippery through the air nowadays, and that's probably where that couple or so seconds has come from.
I can see the course car in the background of the view from our commentary box window, just heading back towards the pit lane as well. So I think once that is in place, we will be close to going back racing again for a reduced race distance. There is the aforementioned course car. Just heading back in. So, shortened race for the Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship. Shortly to get underway. Reminder on pole position, it's the number 84 car. That's the black and yellow car on the left-hand side of your picture, Carl Roysenars. Then the mostly white car with the green roll cage and green wheel arches next to it. That is the car of number 2, Murray Shepherd, who's been, as we were saying, the form man in the second part of the season. There he is. And then black and green for Tom Gadd on the inside of the second row, car number 12. He's done more winning than anybody else this season. And then the black car with the orange roll cage is number 44, Louis Wall, the driver from Simon Sester, as the 1 minute board now goes up. And he is the man that made such a good start first time around. So the 1 minute board has gone up. 30-second board has now gone up. These are very quick 750 Most Club minutes here at Oulton Park, and we will now see the 5-second board. So very shortly we'll get the red lights on, and you can see those in the top left-hand corner of your screen. They go out now, and away we go. And it's a good start this time by Murray Shepherd. Certainly a better start, but a good start too again by Louis Wall. He has the lead, but on the inside line it's going to be the number 2 car of Murray Shepherd that squeezes through on the inside. Having said that, Wall now in the orange roll cage car has got the advantage. It looks like Tom Gadd trying to go through to second place as well as they drop down towards Cascades, Josh, for the first time.
Yeah, Louis Wall able to use that momentum on the outside, and Tom Gadd's going to follow him through into Cascades. So Murray Shepherd, who was leading briefly, has dropped to 30, might lose another one because, again, slower on the exit of the corners. That brings Cole Rutenard's back into the situation, but Tom Gadd's going to challenge for the lead, I reckon, into Island Bend, and he's up the inside. So Tom Gadd should grab the lead here, I think, ahead of Louis Wall into the Shell hairpin, but has the inside line still there for Louis Wall? He has, but the outside line is good enough for Tom Gadd.
Yeah, so he's got the lead at the moment ahead of Louis Wall. Murray Shepherd in third place. So again, not a great start for the pole position driver, Carl Roysenars. He's there in 4th spot this time. Martin West is 5th, and the 43 car, the bright green car of David Mason, in 6th position as they go through Britain's, climbing up towards Hilltop now for the first time. It looks like it's going to be an 8, possibly a 9 minute plus 1 lap race. This, we've got 7.5 minutes counting down on our screens, but we'll just get clarification of that. So it's Gadd and Wall 1 and 2 as they head into Hislops for the first time. Then still Murray Shepherd there in 3rd place, the driver that started on the front row ahead of the pole position man, number 84. That's Carl Roysenars, climbing now out of Knickerbrook up Clay Hill, and they're pretty much in single file as they head up towards Druids.
Yes, it's the 2 second row men ahead of the 2 front row men, isn't it, on the first lap of the race as the cars flow up towards Druids. This is Murray Shepherd trying to fight back now on the inside of Louis Wall. Couldn't make that work, and that's allowing Tom Gadd just to break away a bit. Somebody runs a bit wide. That Greg Smith possibly saves it though, so he carries on his way underneath the Warwick Bridge and up towards Lord, where Tom Gadd leads a pack of about 6 cars for the lead.
Yeah, maybe 7 possibly as they turn their way through Lodge, climbing up over Deerleap now to complete lap number 1 of the race, but it's Murray Shepherd here trying to make a move up the inside of both of them. They go 3 wide. It's Wall with his nose in front, but Shepherd trying to get down the inside there. They're absolutely wheel to wheel as they go through Old Hall Corner, but it's Wall that just about holds on. Roysenars has got up to 3rd place there. We've had a spinner towards the back, try and pick up who that is when they come through in a moment, but look at this. There's about 7 or 8 cars disputing the lead of the race. It's Wall from Shepherd, Roysenars and Martin West moving up to 4th place. The one that's really lost out in the last few corners has been Tom Gadd.
Kind of wonder if he's thinking championship and didn't want to get involved in any silliness there at Old Hall as he was on the outside of a 3 wide moment. It's still side by side for the lead. It's Murray Shepherd on the inside. On the outside is Louis Wall. We've got Roysenars behind. Louis Wall's out wide there over the dusty part of the circuit, but he's been able to carry the momentum through, and he continues to lead there into the Shell hairpin up the inside to get the lead. But yes, as that 3 wide moment happened in, it's brought a lot of extra cars into this lead pack, hasn't it? Up towards the British chicane they come. Nothing can separate any of them.
No, not at all. So it's Murray Shepherd chasing after Louis Wall for the moment. Martin West there, who is in the championship battle still. He's there in 4th place, but it's Tom Gadd, championship leader, in 5th. As they swarm down towards Hislops once again. Again, no one really offering a move there, as you thought they might do. Out of the second part of Hislops, and then through the right-hander at Knickerbrook they go, climbing up Clay Hill, where the circuit does narrow quite dramatically at that point there. And then they'll head under the pedestrian bridge and then up towards the right-hander at Druids. In the woodland section, there's a move here that can be made if you're brave. Lou Wall was thinking about it there. And you've still got Roy Sinars there in 3rd, and now Martin West in 4th place. Looks like he's going to attack for 3rd place down towards Lodge.
So to the outside for Wall. Rusenard, which side does he follow? He's following Wall at the moment, at the inside line for Murray Shepherd. So Shepherd leads out of the corner, and again across the line it's going to be 4 wide this time, so this will be pretty exciting up towards Old Hall. And of course a race to the line on the last lap. This is absolutely what it could look like. Into Old Hall they go, then it's the inside for Murray Shepherd, who hangs on and contact. Martin West makes contact with Cole Rusenard, who amazingly saves it and stays on the road, but he lets Martin West know what he thinks of that.
And getting a bit robust for 5th place between David Mason and Tom Gadd as well. And as we're saying, Tom Gadd probably should have a championship hat on here, or head on here, and we're trying to keep out of trouble. But he's alongside Martin West now, and he's back through. West majorly out of shape. They're all over the grass. Has got Martin West, will lose several places because of that, as he does rejoin now down the Lakeside Straight.
But right at the back of that group, so that's something like 8th place. Somebody else has had an off the Old Hall. There's yellows there. We'll have to pick up on that in a moment. We're watching this battle for the lead. There is some debris in the middle of the road, maybe from that contact actually. So that's what the yellow flags are for, I reckon. Out of the Shellall's hairpin we go. Then it's Louis Wall ahead of Murray Shepherd now. In 3rd is Tom Gadd, so he's actually worked back through the field on this lap in towards the Britain chicane. There's number 44 then, Louis Wall, who is 3rd in the championship, or 2nd when drop scores are adjusted or accounted for. So Louis Wall is one for Tom Gadd to think about, and perhaps that's why Tom Gadd is fighting his way back through the pack. He's back onto terms with Murray Shepherd, but also he has Cole Rusenard right on his tail as they turn their way then through the Hislop chicane, through Knickerbrook, and then the long climb up the hill. So you need to carry momentum through this corner well here. Yeah,
so climbing up the hill once again. Lou Wall leading, Murray Shepherd 2nd, Tom Gadd 3rd, Carl Royston's 4th, David Mason 5th. It's Andrew Tate in 6th place in the number 42 car then, as we've got Murray Shepherd there and Tom Gadd briefly side by side into Druids. Now heading along that straight under the Warwick Bridge towards Lodge Corner. This to complete lap number 3. We will probably get another 2 laps at the end of this one, I would think, as they turn their way through Lodge Corner, and they are pretty much in single file there. A little bit of curb being used, but not an awful lot by our race leaders, who are up and over the line to complete lap number 3. It's Louis Wall, number 44, that leads this time.
But he's being attacked by Murray Shepherd, who's up the inside, and Shepherd gets the lead into Old Hall, but he runs a bit wide, so Louis Wall can fight back and is going to bring the rest with him, I reckon. So that a challenge from Shepherd. Is he going to actually lose place? There's a car off there. That's Danny Andrew. He's had a spin on the exit of Lodge Corner. He'll get back on, though, in the Team Sellers racing car. What's happening out front, though? Let's pick that up there side by side. It's Louis Wall ahead of Murray Shepherd. Slow off the corner behind them was Tom Gadd, so he's got cars coming from either side of him. That's David Mason looking to the inside, to the outside, Cole Rusenard. As they get to the Island Bend, it's still side by side for the lead. Shepherd ahead of Wall this time. I think Tom Gadd has held on to 3rd, but up to 4th comes David Mason. He moves into the top 5. They now turn their way through the Shellall's hairpin. Mason's being re-challenged, though. He's challenging Cole Rusenard's side by side up towards the Britain chicane. That's holding them up and letting the top 3 get away. It's a tricky place to go side by side, and sort of neither of them wanted to give way. Eventually Rusenard's had to. David Mason up the inside for 4th, but he's sideways on the exit of the corner there, so Rusenard's can fight back as they come over hilltop and down towards the Hislop chicane. It's certainly free now for the lead in with this fight going on behind.
Yeah, and Martin West has managed to latch himself onto the back of the group, or what is now really the 4th place group, hasn't he? So it's 3 for the lead, 5 for 4th position at the moment. It is leading the way then, Murray Shepherd as they climb the hill, but it's David Mason heading this particular group as they turn their way through the right-hander at Lodge Corner. Now they're turning, Druids Corner now heading along the straight towards Lodge Corner. It is still Murray Shepherd that is leading the way, but Louis Wall alongside him here as they head along the straight. Can Louis Wall go around the outside into Lodge? Murray Shepherd a little bit unsettled under braking there, I thought, but no, they follow one another through and up through Deer Leap. They will get the last lap board this time, Josh.
Absolutely, so this is sort of a recce for what might happen next time round. And across the line, just 200ths of a second in the favour of Murray Shepherd, but Louis Wall up the inside. Tom Gadd looks to the outside of both of them, but Louis Wall has got there, but the better run through the corner should come from Tom Gadd. He sort of took the race in line through Old Hall. There's a few stuff going on behind. Roussenard's ahead of that second group. Murray Shepherd back up the inside into Cascade to get the lead back away from Louis Wall, and going off the last lap in, perhaps it is more important to be ahead out of Lodge Corner, but only just, as 200ths of a second it was between those two.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you can conclude too much from that. Louis Wall looked like he was going to get into the lead, and following through there, Tom Gadd. So Murray Shepherd down to third place then as they headed through Island Bend. The sweeping left hand at that time, towards the right hand they go at Shell Oils. Gadd's gone very wide there, so he's gone back down to third position. Louis Wall's gone back into the lead. Gadd gets a better exit out of the corner, gets the cut back on Murray Shepherd, and is he going to hold on to second place there as they go into the left-hand element of the chicane? That's going to be Murray Shepherd that gets it for the moment.
But Louis Wall, has he escaped in all of that? He's certainly got a much bigger lead than we have seen throughout the course of this race, so quite possibly looking good for Wall, but battling very hard behind. Murray Shepherd feeling the need to defend down towards the Hislop chicane. Sort of places his car back across the road. A big lock up there, and that's from Roussenard. He's gone into the back of Tom Gadd. I don't think Gadd was affected too much. Roussenard's was. He's across the grass. Big sideways moment here at the back of that queue, back behind Martin West, who had the off earlier.
Yeah, so he will be back to 7th, Roussenard's to 8th, and that's a long way gap back to Greg Smith, who's 9th. It's about another 5 seconds back to the next group, with Craig Land rounding out the top 10. So we're waiting for the cars to come through on the final lap. It's Murray Shepherd. Oh, now there's one going slowly. I thought that's a back marker, I think, that's just being lapped, the number 10 car. But we'll pick up on the leaders as they head down towards Lodge Corner. It's side by side there between the two of them. It's just Murray Shepherd that's got his way back in front as they come into Lodge Corner. Now, can he keep it on the run to the line? Shepherd, Wall and Gadd. Oh, he's all over the grass. It's Murray Shepherd. He's lost it. He's lost both places there. So it's going to be Louis Wall, 2.5 years after his first win, that's just about going to hang on, or is he? Yes, by 8/100ths of a second. He does it from Tom Gadd. Murray Shepherd took third. David Mason took fourth. Jeff Peake was fifth. Andrew Tate 6th, Carl Royssenard 7th, Greg Smith 8th, Craig Land 9th, Martin West dropping back to 10th place in the end, and we've got one in the gravel there as well, that being the number 38 car of Russ Atwood. So a mistake there, Josh, from Murray Shepherd at the final corner.
He did well originally, didn't he, to catch Louis Wall. It made that gap the first half of the lap. Caught him, went round the outside, just went a little bit too wide though. When he was out over the curbs, it dragged him across onto the grass. He lost traction, was sideways, and that allowed both Wall and Gadd to go through. But an entertaining low-cost race, wasn't it? So many place changes. So certainly round Oulton Park, we found out low-cost can overtake as easily as anywhere else.
Yeah, I guess that's good news for Louis Wall in the championship. He makes a little bit of ground on Tom Gadd, but not really, probably as much as he would need to. We'll try to keep an update on the points as the day goes on, but he has at least closed the gap. Not such good news for Martin West though, because he's back there in 10th place, and he'd have been another driver hoping to make some headway on Tom Gadd coming into this weekend, Josh.
I guess that will bring some of his, might be a drop score for him, mightn't it? Finishing that far back. It's been a pretty consistent season for Martin West up to that point. We didn't see what happened to him on the last lap. He'd already had the off at Cascades earlier in the race, so it's not been such a good day, or not such a good race there for Martin West, despite him battling right at the front of the field. But only win number 2 of the season for Louis Wall, so he'll be pleased with that. So that sort of back-to-back wins. He won the first race at Brands Hatch last month, so he'll be pleased to get the second win for him of the season.
Candidate for driving for the race there possibly is Andrew Tate. 6th place in the number 42 car, and just as I talk about him, no, that's David Mason in the 43 car, but the 42 car of Andrew Tate, that was up in 6th position, which certainly I think looks to be one of his best results. Yeah, it is by a long way actually his best result. I think he's had a 9th place before as his best finish coming into this weekend by the looks of the point standing, so he'll be pleased to have broken into the top 6, I'm sure.
Yes, and he's down in 15th in the championship, isn't he? So that really shows So that's more his average position to be in, so to be up in that lead pack as well, not just in the top 6, but in the lead pack. Just behind Jeff Peake, who gets better every time out, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's been regular in contention for the leading positions over the last few meetings, which hasn't always been the case. He has got further and further up the grid as he's gone in his low-cost career, which is what it's all about, is learning the cars and learning the circuits and getting up to pace. So the drivers coming around on their slow-down lap. Josh, you can see that they'll be pulling to park from there, so hopefully very shortly we'll be able to hear from our winners, but what were we going to say?
Because they were battling so hard, we actually didn't beat Alex von Erheim's lap record, so they were a couple of seconds off the pace of qualifying. That is just because they were battling consistently every lap. Nobody, I think, led the consistent laps one to the next, did they? If they did, they lost it halfway through and got it back again.
No, I mean, a lot of the laps were sort of off the ultimate pace, weren't they? As they were dicing with each other. It's not conducive to getting a good individual lap time. Best lap went to, looking down the screen, it was Tom Gadd, I think, wasn't it? 2:06.84.
So he brings one of those points back again, which you were speaking about earlier.
So really, it's only 2-point differential between Wall, who gets 25 from that, and Thomas Gadd, who'll have 23. Murray Shepherd, for his third place, will pick up 20 points. So they are into Parc Fermé. We will hopefully get the drivers collected out of Parc Fermé and brought to the podium. Jacob Harris is our man on duty down there today, so good to have Jacob back with us here at Oulton Park this weekend. As they're slowing down lap, you can still see the cars coming in. It's so many cars that we have here in the Demon Tweeks Yokohama Locost Championship. It's tremendous to see, and really good racing, as you saw. So I think we've got Jacob shortly to go down to the pit lane. So Jacob, let's go down to you, and you are going to speak to our race winner, Louis Wall.
Thanks, guys. We're down here in the pit lane with third place man Murray Shepherd. Murray, tell us about your race.
It's a really, really good race. I mean, it took a while to get going. I think the endurance guys took a bit longer in quali, so we're sitting there for quite a while. And then red flag on the first lap, I was leading, and obviously lost that going into the restart, so started second again. And then had a really good fight the whole way with Louis, and Tom was right there as well. And all came down to the last lap, and last corner, unfortunately, overcooked it slightly on the exit. There's a bit of a crest that goes over, and you lose front grip, and I just powered it too much, put a few wheels on the grass, and then Louis and Tom went past. So a bit of a shame, but really good fun.
So only a slight mistake, and of course you got another race coming up this afternoon. Can you go 1 or 2 steps higher?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll give it a go, and that's for sure. Cool.
Congratulations, Murray. Thanks for talking to us. Next up, who have we got? We have Tom Gadd, our championship leader. Tom, 1 step off the top.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was hard at the start. I mean, I've not exactly got the best straight line speed, so we've been struggling down the straights, but we seem to make up for it in the corners. So it's been, but it was a good race. A bit messy at the first restart, but yeah, it was all right in the end.
We've seen a bit of that in the other classes where cornering speed tends to outweigh straight line speed. Would you say that's the case in the low costs?
It depends what circuit you're at. Here, there's a lot of tight corners. Cornering speed has its advantages, but then you've got 2 quite long straights. So I think having straight line speed benefits a bit more than cornering speed at most circuits in low cost. But here, it's sort of a bit of a balance.
So you're the championship leader, and you're 1 step off the top here. Murray's quite confident for this afternoon's race. How are you feeling about it?
We'll see how we go. I'm quite happy to finish second again. It's all good points. There's got to limit the gap to Louis. That's all really got to focus on, I think. So yeah, hopefully we can go 1 step further. It'll be nice, but I'm happy with second.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard a racing driver say I'm quite happy finishing second. But thanks for talking to us, Tom, and good luck for this afternoon. Last up, we have our race winner, Louis. Close fight out there.
Yeah, that was a very close race. I think the lead changed position nearly twice a lap. It was very, very close. Then the last lap was pretty dramatic. Quarterback marker through Druids, which meant I had to go through the corner a lot slower. Then Murray caught me down the straight. But, luckily for me, Murray outbraked himself into Deer's Leap, which meant I could get the undercut and back into the lead. So it was very teeth to nail right to the end.
It's obviously a very, very close field overall. And in terms of your championship, how are you looking?
We're very positive. I think we've got the pace in the car. The car's fantastic. The engine's really strong. I think it's still within reach.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us. Those are your top 3 from the Locost. Next up, we're going to the BMWCCRs.
So the cars heading out onto the circuit for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It is round 9 of their season. They've still got 2 more meetings to go after this at Sletton and at Silverstone to round out the year. We've got 34 cars out on track having qualified, so another big field for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Let me tell you how it's going to line up. On pole position will be the number 44 car. You can see there Mike Cutt in his BMW E36 M3, and alongside him number 11 David Kempton in a similar car. The second row, number 146, is Michael Pensaval in an M3, and alongside him the 1 Series V8 of Rick Kerry. That is car number 2. Third row will be 26 Paul Cook making his return to the category, and 15 Graham Crowhurst. He's in the second of the Class M2 cars. Paul Cook in the first of those. Then Gary Hufford lines upon row 4 in car number 4 alongside number 140. That is just Saki, both of those in E46 M3s. Quite a few of these E46 M3s in the next few positions. Row 5 is 91 Hugh Gurney and 83 Gary Burstow. Row 6 is 67 Adrian Williams and 27 Richard Bromley. Richard Bromley, number 27, is in the 36 rather than the 46. Jason Hollyhead is on the inside of row 7 in addition to the programming car 69 in his E36 M3. Then it's the first of the 6-cylinder cars. That's Jim Benson, and they had a really good battle last time out at Silverstone in the BMW 330ci. Stuart Pywell in the BMW 125i lines up on row 8 with the car 76 alongside Darren Ball's 330ci. On the 9th row, it's going to be Kaz Singh in the E46 and Kevin Denwood in the E46 Compact. Row 10 is 8 Bill Redrop in the 330 and 22 Joe Geach in the 1 Series. And then it is on the 11th row of the grid, Sonny Gill in the E36 M3 and Matt Page in the 325 Ti. The 12th row is 55 Raheem Ballou in the E36 M3 and Neil Bray, number 6 in the E36 M3 newcomer to the championship in the invitation class this weekend. Sean Jackson, number 40, and Chris Graham, number 51, line up on row 13. Clive Watson, number 10, and Rob Ullman, number 54, on the 14th row of the grid. Then it's Mark Coleman, number 66, and Dominic Early, number 45. It is the number 333 car of Richard Harrison, who's within the Cup class this weekend, and Carl McMillan, number 60, on that row of the grid. And then it's Craig Emerson, 75, and Simon Thorpe in the Treble 2 car that round out the field, which I say should be 34 cars strong. Leading the way in the championship, which is divided into a number of different classes, is Matt Page, one of the Cup class contenders, which is really the budget class. He has 101 points. I think he's had something like 7 class wins out of 8 so far this season, more than anybody else. Clive Watson second in the points, Adrian Williams third, Graham Crowhurst fourth. The first of the sort of M1 class drivers, which is the most powerful and quickest class in the point standing, is actually Mike Cutt, but the wins within that class have been pretty well shared around throughout the season so far. So this is the first of 2 races today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's going to be over 13 minutes plus 1 lap. So pole position is Michael Cutt, who has had a couple of wins so far this season. Last time out, though, at Silverstone, it was Rick Kerry that won the first race and David Kempton the second race, and it's Kempton that lines up on the outside of the front row today, sponsored by Redbox Global, AA Woods and Oulton Escalators and Lifts, who once again supporting the live stream for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship here at Oulton this weekend. Red lights go on then, the race about to get underway, lights go out and away they go. Good start by Mike Cutt from pole position, a good start too by Rick Kerry from the second row of the grid. Kempton trying to go through on the inside there. It's getting very congested into Oulton corner. A bit of a touch in the mid-pack. Do they all make it through? So it looks like the first dozen or so cars have certainly. One of the Cup class cars is running out a bit wide, but hopefully we'll be able to get back onto the circuit without too much trouble. So down towards Cascades for the first time, and it is Rick Carey from the second row of the grid, I think, that has got into the lead of the race.
See the M2 car right up there. Paul Cook returning to the series this weekend. There's somebody way up the road. Is that Mike Cook?
Yeah.
And Paul Cook's gone right round the outside of one of the M1 cars and is trying to get past Rick Carey too. So Paul Cook absolutely flying there in the second division car. Not quite the power of the cars up front, but perhaps on cold tyres. Paul Cook a bit more confident than those around him. It's David Kempton, I think, isn't it, that's gone slotted back into third place ahead of Cook as they turn their way onto the Britain chicane, hopping up over the curbs there. Car number 26, Paul Cook, but Mike Cutt, who hasn't won since the first meeting at Donington, is flying off into the distance.
He is indeed. So it's Cutt leading the way then, Kerry in second, David Kempton in third place. A move being made a bit further back by Michael Pensaval, who's a new driver that's the Jazz Safra car, actually, the 140 car rather than the 146 car, which is just ahead, isn't it? Michael Pensaval in the 146, Jazz Safra in the 140 car, one of the invitation class runners this weekend.
So they both actually passed Paul Cook, didn't they, using that extra power. They've got Paul Cook having a bit of a moment there, going up Clay Hill as he tried to get back past him. This is him returning. It's given Graham Crowhurst some extra competition, isn't it, in M2? We've seen Crowhurst win all the races, both races at Brands, both races at Silverstone, but he's trailing Paul Cook at the moment with Gary Hufford's M1 car between them as they turn their way onto Lodge Corner on what is this opening lap of the race. We'll pick up some of the other classes as we go on, but the M-powered cars cross the line. We might cut ahead of Rick Kerry. Kerry, the double winner from Silverstone last time out.
Yep, so Kerry is 1.39 seconds back at the beginning of the lap. That's not as much as I thought it might be, given how far Mike was on the run down towards Shallows Call on the first lap. So we'll see if Rick Kerry can reel him in a little bit. I can see Joe Geach in another of the 1 Series cars out of our window making up some ground. The other 1 Series car being at the front there, which is towards the front, that's Rick Kerry, but he's got David Kempton right behind him as well.
Bummy's had a big moment at Old Hall and has gone into the tyre wall. Number 6, I think that is, Ian. So that should be Neil Bray in his invitational car.
Yeah, so making his debut in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Unfortunately, he's picked up a little bit of damage on the way. And that's David Kempton, who is pulling off down there at Shallows Corner, and it looks like he may well be out of the race.
Has he got broken front suspension there, or is that just a bit of an illusion how it looks?
Hard to tell, isn't it, from the distance that we're looking at. But David Kempton then, who was a winner at Silverstone last time out, was out of the race there. So, down towards us they come. At Hislops then, there you can see the 140 car, which is Jazz Safra. There is the 2 car of Rick Kerry chasing after Mike Cook. Up Clay Hill they go. 10 minutes of the race still to go. We're only on the second lap, of course, but Mike Cook still leading here. He led by 1.39 seconds at the beginning of the lap. We'll see what that gap is as they come through to complete lap 2, but I don't really sense that Rick Kerry's made it much headway towards him.
I'd suggest the invitational car of Michael Pensaval is getting closer to Rick Kerry rather than anything else. So those cars turn their way through Lodge Corner. Just Safra there too, who didn't go so well in qualifying, but he seems to have the race pace on these 2 cars ahead of him. Might cut out front. That gap, which was 1.39 seconds, becomes 1.8. So the gap does indeed go up. There's Paul Cook, he's your M2 leader, still ahead of Graham Crowhurst with Gary Hufford's car between them. If we look back to the 6-cylinder class, it was Jim Benson that was leading at the end of the first lap, but it was pretty tight in that, so we'll try and pick that up as the race goes on. Just looking out the window, they're almost side by side, in fact, because Darren Ball is with him. So a good battle in the 6-cylinder battle, just heading through Old Hall. We'll pick that up later in the race. Yep,
leaders though making their way down towards Shallows Corner once again. It was the 3rd place car, Michael Pensaval, the invitation class car that was fastest on circuit on the last lap of 151.87, and right on terms there with Rick Kerry. Jazz Safra's gone with him as well as they pass that stricken car of David Kempton, who gave me lots of notes to talk to about him, but not much point in doing that now, as the group heading towards Britain's chicane. Then a bit of curb being taken by Pensaval, who's a bit sideways through the second element of that. Safra taking quite a lot of curb as well. So they drop down from Hilltop towards Hislops once again. It's Paul Cook there leading the M2 class in 5th place, ahead of Gary Hufford. He's the next car through. Then it's Graham Crowhurst, who's the second of the M2 cars. in, what's that, 7th position overall.
Because on the adjusted scores, Crowhurst is only a point behind Matt Page, isn't he? So they're sort of the two championship contenders. There's Neil Bray, though. He's returning to the pit, so good to see that he got it out the tyre. Well, that car's going to have a bit of work on before the race this afternoon. Notes are here before the pit lane will Neil Bray, so that's where he is heading. The leaders will be coming to the end of the lap at the moment. There they are. Is Rick Kerry getting closer to Mike? Oh, no, I don't think he is. But Sapra is getting closer to Penzavale. Gets up the inside. There's contact between the two invitational cars. You see Davey flying off Sapra's car there. And as they battle, and Rick Kerry's able to get away from them and perhaps concentrate going after the leader. And the lead gap did come down to 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Best lap of the race for Rick Kerry. A personal best lap of 1:52.40 that time through. Penzavale and Sapra sort of falling over each other a bit there, as you saw through Lodge Corner. You saw little bits of bodywork and debris flying off. Paul Cook still there leading the M2 class for the slightly less powerful but M-engined cars. He's there in 5th place, and then Gary Hufford in 6th. Ben Crowhurst 7th. Looking at what's going on in the 6-cylinder class, well, they've got a bit of an interloper there in the shape of Joe Geach now. He's got himself between Jim Benson and Darren Ball, who are 12th and 13th respectively. Overall, the two 6-cylinder class leaders. Will try and keep an eye on what's going on in the Cup class as well. That's
Matt Page leading at the moment here by about a second over Clive Watson. Matt Page, of course, the overall championship leader too. Clive Watson's got a more powerful car, sort of hold him up at the moment, allowing Page to get away. So Page looking to score maximum points in the Cup class. He's won every race this season except for the first one at Donington. Leaders down towards Hislop's once again for the 4th time then. And Sapra not as close to Penzavale as he was on the previous lap. For 1:46 got Penzavale, 1:40 for Jazz Sapra. Paul Cook still there a bit further back in 5th place. But Kerry hasn't really escaped from those two, has he? We thought he might be able to focus on getting on terms with Michael Cook, but if anything, Josh, it's been the opposite. Absolutely. Penzavale is the driver with the fastest lap. Interestingly cut quite a bit away from his qualifying pace, a couple of seconds, but that's still enough to keep him ahead of these cars. Rick Kerry, he qualified 4th, and again, he's not quite on his qualifying pace, but the two cars behind him, Penzavale and Sapra, are going quicker than they managed this morning, so that could well be the reasoning that they are able to go with Kerry. Rick Kerry in this V8 engined car, the BMW 1 Series. He's in amongst all the M3s around him. They turn their way through Old Hall. Another fastest lap from Penzavale, 51.1 now, which is half a second quicker than he managed in qualifying this morning, about half a second quicker too than Mike Cutt, who leads this race just ahead of this battle. So if Penzavale can get past Rick Kerry here in, you kind of suggest he could go after the leader, and he's right underneath the rear wing now. Absolutely is. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the 6-cylinder class. Also, well, Stuart Pywell's in there, and he's going to get ahead there of Darren Ball. Jim Benson just a little bit further up the road. That's the battle then coming through Deer Leap and over the line now. So it's Jim Benson leading that class in the number 59 car. He's got a class M1 car just behind him in the shape of Joe Geach, but then it's Stuart Pywell in that gunmetal grey car. That's 2nd in class, and Darren Ball 3rd in that class. But Jim Benson does have that little bit of breathing space afforded by Joe Geach's more powerful car. Absolutely. Stuart Pywell's move was quite aggressive, wasn't it? Up the inside of Darren Ball, but went through. So Benson and Ball, they're in the 330 Challenge cars, aren't they? Whereas Stuart Pywell in the 1 Series, the 2.5 litre car, but Stuart Pywell's back under threat here, just ahead of him. Jim Benson almost, and he's going off. Jim Benson up over the grass there as the M1 car went through, and Darren Ball did get 2nd away from Stuart Pywell, so that was a couple of changes there. Benson being passed by Geach, and a change there for 2nd in class, Darren Ball going ahead of Stuart Pywell. But a good save that by Jim Benson. That could easily have turned into quite a big accident, or maybe if not that, then an incident that lost him the lead of the class, which it hasn't done. The other car involved in that as well now is the 41 car, which is Sonny Gill in another invitation class machine, so not one of the regular championship contenders, so won't be scoring points or taking points away from the regular drivers. So Jim Benson now with a reduced lead within the 6-cylinder class from Darren Ball and Stuart Pywell as the overall leaders come through to complete another lap, and Jazz Sapra on that lap has dropped back quite a long way. See, so he must have had a moment out of camera shot, and that's dropping him back into contention to Paul Cook. That looks like one of the Cup class cars out of the race. Yes, driver out of that car, pulled to the left-hand side of the circuit at Island Bend, so hopefully just a car issue there. The number hampered behind the catch fencing. Yeah, so it's a driver with a novice cross on the back of it, so we'll try and work out. We think it's Rich Harrison's car that's out, unfortunately, so
That's a great shame to see. Neil Bray is in the pit lane as well. So too is the 31 car as well. That's been a retirement too.
Stuart Pywell right behind Darren Ball again in this battle for second in the 6-cylinder class. 14th overall. Darren Ball is second and a half or so behind Jim Benson. They're all lapping so similar pace, these 6-cylinder cars. They've had good battles all season, haven't they, Ian? Sort of in the mid-pack of the race. Sometimes they can get lost, but they are off of our viewpoint. But they're having this great battle, as they have done for most of the season, with Jim Benson leading the way. He's won the last 3 races. Brands Hatchon twice at Silverstone. Darren Ball, the chaser, he's won 4 times. That was the first 4 rounds, both at Donington and both at Castle Combe. And I think we can pick up Matt Page, is he in this group? And he's that's the second place car in the Cup class, isn't it? Number 10, Clive Watson. Yeah. So Matt Page should still just be up the road ahead. Let's just check that. Yes, Matt Page ahead, actually a long way ahead now, we're in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, so this is a battle outside the top 20 that we were just seeing. 2 minutes of the race left to go. This BMW Car Club Racing Championship. That's the Joe Geach car that you can just see. It's not really made any progress away from Jim Benson, despite the fact that it's in a more powerful car. Here you can see the 63 car. No, the 83 car, that is a Gary Burstow, isn't it? The M2 class car, so a more powerful car going through.
Leaders on the screen now, though, or more so the second place battle between Rick Kerry and Michael Pensvale as they make their way down towards Cascades, the 1 Series ahead of the M3, but Pensvale right there behind Rick Kerry as they accelerate now off down Lakeside and up towards Island Bend. Not sure if there might be a yellow here to cover the car that's parked from the inside, or whether that's been withdrawn now. It might well have been. So they can race and Pensvale right on the limit, right on the tail of Rick Kerry as they turn their way onto Shellow's Hairpin. Despite their battle, still less than a couple of seconds away from Mike Cutt, our race leader. But Cutt sort of had that gap right from the beginning. You wonder if he didn't make such a good start, whether that could be a 3-car battle for the lead.
Well, absolutely right. I think it certainly could be. Michael really did get away very nicely at the start of the race. The others were just jostling for position a little bit, but Cutt was able to get away. We've seen him race regularly, not just in this category, but in other categories as well in this car, with some degree of success. Coming into the final stage of this race, only half a minute to go, so possibly we'll get the last lap board when they come through this time. A big lock-up there for number 3, I think that was, which was Kaz Singh's E46 M3 as he went into Old Hall Corner. Distraction our attention here in the commentary box, but this battle for second goes on.
Into Druids, and Pensvale looking to the inside of Rick Kerry there. Kerry able, though, to sort of tighten his line through the second apex at Druids and hold on, but he feels the need to defend the former BTCC driver. Michael Pensvale making his debut in the BMW Car Club Racing Series right behind, and Kerry just a bit sideways there into the corner, but he's held on okay, using the V8 power to pull him up the hill. Mike Cutt, though, does his personal best lap of the race just in front of him, in front of them. Not the fastest lap of the race, but fastest lap of the championship cars in M1. So that'll be the bonus point for fastest lap for him. 1 minute 51.4. It's 2.5 seconds ahead of these 2 cars now that are battling for second.
Almost looked like a bit of a moment there for the third place car, 146 Pensvale there, who is just about 3 seconds behind the leader, but he's got a much better run through Cascades than has Rick Kerry, and is alongside now as they head down the Lakeside straight towards Island Bend. Can he convert this into the move? No, he's took back in behind him there, behind Rick Kerry, but looking to the right-hand side. Kerry covers that off as they go towards the Shellow's Hairpin. Kerry is determined to keep hold of this second place if he possibly can. In a way, it doesn't matter because Pensvale's not scoring points. He's in an invitation class car, but Kerry, a proud racer, he will be so keen to hold on to that second place as we work this final lap.
They might catch traffic on this last lap, and actually one of them's gone off, haven't they? I was going to say, because it's such a long lap, we haven't really had to worry about lap traffic until this final half a lap where they might catch them, which could add that bit of extra spice. The second race of the day a bit longer for the BMW Car Club Racing Series, so that might be more of a thing to watch out for there, and a reverse grid race to look forward to this afternoon for the BMWs. But the battle, we continue to watch for second place, climbing up its way up Clay Hill. Rick Kerry's done a great job so far to defend, just a couple of more corners to do so, Ian, as they catch a couple of slower cars that Mike Cutt's having to deal with at the moment.
Yeah, so they're turning their way through Druids now towards Lodge. Back markers ahead of them. Mike Cutt's already halfway up the straight towards Lodge Corner there. He's in the front of shot. He's there, and it looks like Kerry's put a bit of daylight and a back marker now between himself and Pensvale. So it should be Mike Cutt that comes through to take the checkered flag. We saw, I think that was Kaz Singh heading off into the pit lane. Checkered flag goes out. It's Mike Cutt then that wins for the third time this season in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Another podium finish for Rick Kerry, and Michael Pensaval takes third place in the 146 car. Then it should be Jazz Sapp for number 140 that comes across the line in fourth position. Paul Cook is in fifth place, just ahead actually of Gary Hufford. A good scrap with the M1 class car of Hufford, and Graham Crowhurst taking sixth place there.
Yeah, Graham Crowhurst might be a bit frustrated to have that M1 car in his way, which has stopped him attacking Paul Cook, which means Crowhurst is just going to fall slightly away from Matt Page in the overall championship, providing Page can win the Cup class. We've still got those guys to finish and the six-cylinder racers, and Jim Benson's dropped back, hasn't he? So the six-cylinder lead has changed, and it should be Darren Ball, who hasn't won for a few months, who should come through shortly to win the six-cylinder class. We're still waiting for them, I think. Yes, they'll be the next group through, I think, though. Darren Ball was just a few tenths of a second ahead of Stuart Pywell, who is yet to win this season. So let's see who arrives first in that class. But Jim Benson, who led most of the race, dropped back, and it is just Darren Ball there ahead of Stuart Pywell, but the smallest the gaps between them, just a third of a second between them. So Ball wins from Pywell, and I think Kevin Denwood, he was third, but he gets passed by Jim Benson on the last lap. So Benson recovering, getting the fastest lap in the class on the last lap, but a moment obviously prior to that hit.
Yeah, so a couple of laps from the end. It must have been a moment there for the erstwhile class leader Jim Benson, but another good race within Class 6. A dominant win though for Mike Cutt. The lead at the end 1.75 seconds, but he was never really troubled throughout that race. The gap was already well over a second on the first lap, and Rick Kerry and Michael Pensaval couldn't really narrow that as the race went on. They were probably more focused on battling with each other. Jazz Sapper dropped back a few laps in, didn't he, after a moment. Paul Cook, he went very well in the M2 class, but had the M1 class car of Gary Hufford just behind him as they went over the line, and that separated Cook from Graham Crowhurst.
We're still waiting for Matt Page to come through to win the Cup class. However, no cars have arrived at the flag. He hasn't taken the flag from the graphic on our screen.
No, so that's a little puzzling.
Is that his car that came in?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if that's his car that's actually come into the pit lane. I think it might have been the last lap. So we'll have to.
And you have to pass the flag, don't you, to be classified? So that is a one to
unless
watch.
you're Michael Schumacher in the British Grand Prix, of course. Anyway, so the rest of the field come in. We'll see what the results are classified as in due course. Class 6, that was a good battle again in Class 6, wasn't it? I mean, Darren Ball and Stuart Pywell, they were only separated by 0.3 of a second at the end.
Absolutely, and we have to find out what happened to Jim Benson, who was right in that battle, but it's a very competitive class, as I was saying earlier during the race here, and because they're in the mid-pack, sometimes we sort of lose focus of what's going on there in the six-cylinder class. For sort of the mid-speed cars, but they do have a great race, and the likes of Darren Ball and Jim Benson, those cars, of course, coming from the 330 Challenge from last season.
Yeah, and Darren Ball, of course, leading the Class 6 Championship coming into this weekend, so he does extend his advantage. Jim Benson hasn't done all of the rounds this year, I don't think, or at least hasn't had much success in all of them, and therefore is a little bit further back in the standings. So we've got drivers heading into Parc Fermé. And again, we'll hopefully hear from class winners this time, as well as our overall winner, Mike Cutt. Jacob Harris will be down there in the pit lane by the podium in a moment. I can see that he's ready and waiting for drivers to be brought to him for a chat. Don't forget, another race today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and whether you're here at the circuit or watching on the live stream, we've got two more races to come before the lunch break as well. We've got the Protech Shock Sports Specials coming up next. And then we've got the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship also coming up before the lunch break as well. And then 5 races this afternoon, the first of which will be the highlight of the day, the 2-hour Tegiwa Club Enduro race. So lots more still to come here at Oulton Park today. If you are at the circuit, you can follow what's going on. If you go to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, you'll find links there to both the live timing, so you can see the timing information that we can see here in the commentary box, and also the live stream as well. But I know that many of you will be already watching the live stream, so greetings to you wherever you're watching us all around the world from what we've seen on the messages that have come up on our screen. So, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship comes to an end.
So many cars in the credit, and they're still funneling their way into Parc Fermé. So fantastic to see the growth of this series. Well, really, it started strong, didn't it, with 20-odd cars at Castle Combe last year was the first race, and it's consistently been in the 30s this season. And I'm sure with Snetterton and the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit to go, it'll just continue at those 2 rounds.
Right, I can see a driver with a garland around his neck, I think. So I think we're now going to be in a position where we can go down to Jacob Harris in the pit lane. Jacob, down to you.
Down here by the podium, we have M2 winner Paul Cook. Paul, tell us about your race.
Cracking start. Had a really good exit off the grid. Got up to about 3rd in the first corner. Then a couple got muscled out by a couple of M1 cars. Sort of tucked in and put my head down, really. I can see Gary in the mirror for quite a long period of the race, followed by Graham, who's obviously in the same category as me. And I just kept my head down and did the best I could, really.
Paul, we've had the low-cost race already, but the BMWs are a very different machine. What kind of a challenge does Oulton Park pose to your cars?
Oh, good challenges. Yeah, very exciting sort of corners. It's not like a normal track where you catch every single apex. It's kind of, you need a bit of practice before you go out on a race day, and we did that yesterday and accomplished what we've done today.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for talking to us, and all the best for this afternoon's race. Next up, I believe we have Darren Ball, who's the Class 6 winner. Darren, how did you manage that?
It was tough. It made a great start, got into first place in Class 6 at the start. A little bit apprehensive going into the first corner, just in case there was an accident or whatever going on there. The 2 people who I'm competing with today managed to get past me, and then I just kept my head down and tried to push on. Managed to get past second place Stu. Had a moment with Stu a little bit later on. He tagged me in the back, unfortunately, spun me, not fully round, but spun me a bit, got off the circuit, managed to get back on, managed to get past him, and my teammate, unfortunately for him, had a moment which allowed me to get past, take the win.
Lots of in-class Dyson then. Can you repeat the win this afternoon?
I hope so, yeah, certainly be trying for it.
Excellent. Thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck this afternoon. Next up, I think we have our overall winner. David's just sending him over to me now. Yes, we've got our winner overall. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. I've had a little bit of drought with wins since Donington Park, so this has come with absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
Great. I remember interviewing at your Donington Park. It must be something to do with my presence.
No, maybe you may know. Yeah, but honestly, it's been thoroughly enjoyed. All up to date, up to press now. Car's running great. Couldn't fault. They kept me honest towards the end. I had to just maintain the gap. Qualifying went well. Yeah, it's been a great weekend with the weather and everything else. What more can you ask for?
Well, I've been asking everyone else a little bit about the track. What's your favourite part of Oulton Park?
Clay Hill into Druids. Absolutely amazing. So gets your attention massively. So fast. Brilliant part of the circuit. But I like all of it, to be honest. It's my type of circuit, yeah.
Glad to hear you're enjoying it so much. Congratulations on your race win, and hopefully see you again this afternoon.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was the BMWCCR race. Next up, it's the Protech Shocks Sport Specials. So round 11 of the Protech Shock Sport Specials Championship coming up next. We've not quite yet got the cars out onto circuit for this one. For those of you here at the circuit who have a programme, there's one addition to it. It's number 61 in Class B. That is Stuart Sellers, and he's in a Mazda Locost. 61 Class B, Stuart Sellers in a Mazda Locost. But yes, round 11 of the championship for the 750 Motor Club Protech Shock Sport Specials Championship, and it's fascinatingly poised, really. This is one where there are, well, 3 different classes, but 2 major classes that we'll worry about. Class C is for MEV MX 150Rs specifically, but classes A and B, that is for cars that are up to, I think, 340 brake horsepower per tonne in Class A and 270 brake horsepower per tonne in Class B. This enforced by the 750 Motor Club's rolling road, as we're watching one of the BMWs be recovered there. So 2 different classes, and points are scored within each individual class rather than based on overall finishing position. So we have a situation whereby we've really got a couple of Class A drivers and a couple of Class B drivers battling together for the overall championship coming into this weekend, which makes life very exciting. Leading the way with 105 points at this stage is Andy Hiley, one of the Class A drivers in his Kronos, former multiple kit car race winner, kit car being the predecessor to Sport Specials, champion and race winner. He leads the championship coming into this weekend on 105 points. He's only got 1 point to drop as well, because it's the best 12 out of 14 rounds that count. He only has 1 point to drop because he's had a couple of non-finishes during the course of this year. But second on 104 points is one of our Class B drivers. He's actually not won a race within the class this year, but he has been very consistent. That's Stuart Thompson in his Caterham, but he has 18 points to drop, so he's got rather more to drop, which effectively promotes Martin Gambling, number 99, ahead of Stuart Thompson in the championship points, and he's another Class A driver. And what do you know, Josh? They're starting alongside each other on the front row of the grid today, Andy Hiley and Martin Gambling.
And 2 very different cars, aren't they? And the Kronos of Andy Hiley, I think the only one in existence, a car that's been developed over a number of years now.
And he used to race it in the RGB Sports 1000 Championship as well, so he did used to have a bike engine in that car.
And then the Eclipse of Martin Gambling, and we've seen Eclipses win the many races before, but in the hands of Clive Hudson and Paul Boyd, and Martin Gambling, I guess, fairly new to this. He raced Locost, didn't he, in the past?
And Compact Cup as well.
And he's got really quick this year, hasn't he, in the car? Really got to grips with it, won both races at Castle Combe back in May, whereas Andy Hiley won at Brands Hatch twice, at Anglesey and at Silverstone. But Gambling much quicker this season. We've seen him in the past, and Paul Collingwood up there too, also in an Eclipse. So it's a great range of cars throughout the field, but just in Class A, you've got the Sienna, you've got the Pro Comp, the AB Performance too. So a great number of cars in Class A. I think last year it was something like 5 different types of car won during the course of the season in Sport Specials. So great to see all these different types of kit cars, whether they be made by manufacturer or made by the drivers sort of in their garage. It's great to see.
Well, we've had 6 different winners, I think, so far this season from the 10 races that we've had so far as well. The surprise, I guess, last time out was Stuart Much in his MEV MX 150R, who won outright in what turned out to be a very, very wet race at Silverstone.
That kind of helped by the MEVs allowed on different tyres to the rest of the championship, therefore why they're in Class C and sort of eligible to win the overall championship. But and that really helped, because that car looked such a handful to drive. Actually, in the way, it sort of came to life, didn't it?
It really did, didn't it? It really did. And Stuart gave a very good showing in that.
Good to see Steve Paddock is back in the paddock today. He had quite a nasty accident at Silverstone in the wet. He's hoping to be back out at Snetterton, so that would be good to see. Good to see that he's after a small stay in hospital, he's back trackside.
Yeah, that was because it was in the last race of the weekend, wasn't it? At Silverstone last time out, and it ended unfortunately with Steve Paddock's accident. So we're glad that Steve is on the mend. We look forward to seeing him back out in the car just as soon as he possibly can be. So that's how things shaping up in the championship. The other driver that's sort of up there and possibly in contention with just this and one more meeting at Snetterton to go is David Winter. Now David has had a couple of Class B wins during the course of the season so far, but actually just lately, Josh, in Class B, it's been Chris Pike that's been doing a lot of the winning.
He sort of joined, didn't he, at Anglesey, and has won every race since, apart from one at Cadwell, has Chris Pike, and he is actually 3rd in the Class B Championship. And when drop scores were accounted for, he's sort of only 10 points away from the best. So Chris Pike could still be on for a Class B championship if nothing else.
Well, actually, looking at the drop points, it's Winter on 91, Thompson 86, and Pike 81. So that's been a good showing from him. But he is... Is he here today?
Chris Pike's pole in Class B, 11th overall.
There we are, 11th overall.
But perhaps he's got a big gap again, hasn't he? There's a big gap behind him, sort of 2.5 seconds. So he's in that car, or a similar car to what Liam won the overall championship in last year. That Pro Comp LA Gold, a very strong car for Class B, fits perfectly into the regulations. And that could bode well for him, couldn't it, for the remainder of the season? You've got Brendan Dudley in a similar car, actually, second in class. Then Ben Powney, who's the best of the Mazda Locost that run within Class B. As the cars are about to be released from the assembly area, I think.
Yeah, engines fired up beneath us in the commentary box. So let's start to give you a run through what the grid order is going to be then. So pole position will be the number 53 car, the Kronos of the championship leader, Andy Hiley, and alongside him will be the number 99 cars, the SU, just on your screens now. See the cars about to turn out into the pit lane. Now there is Andy Hiley, and next to him is number 92, Martin Gambling in the red Eclipse. The second row will have another Eclipse, that's number 11, Paul Collingwood, and then the 82 car of the Sienna, Rob Johnston. Row 3 on the inside will be number 1, Lee M, who was the champion last year in a Class B car. He switched from B to A for part of this season. And 33, Stephen Ward, in the AB Performance Typhon alongside him on the third row. Fourth row will be 21, that's Adrian Cooper's Pro Comp LA Gold, and the second Sienna, identical to Rob Johnston's car, visually at least, that's number 20, Mark Conroy. So good to see Mark out in the Sienna S2000. Paul Boyd and Anton Landon, cars 17 and 64, are on row 5 of the group. So it'll be interesting to see what Paul Boyd can do from there, because he's usually a bit further up the order. And on row 6, it will be the first of the Class B cars, 25, Chris Pike in the Pro Comp, and number 10, Nigel Brown in the Class A Silver Phaser. Row 7, that's going to be 158, Brendan Dudley in the Pro Comp LA Gold, and the Sub-Zero of Steve Wells, number 74, alongside him. Then you've got Ben Powney in the first of the Mazda Locost, number 37, on the inside of row 8. We saw him out at Donington Park last weekend in an F1000 single-seater. He has Stephen Lansley in another Pro Comp LA Gold alongside him, number 44. Then you've got the Class B Championship leader, that's Stuart Thompson in his Caterham Sigmax, that's number 16, and alongside him another Caterham, actually. We don't usually get that many Caterhams on the grid, but Justin Cox, number 97, is out in one this weekend. Row 10, that's David Winter in the Low-Cost VVT, and Oliver Batten, the second of the Mazda Low-Cost cars, on the outside of row 10. The Mazda Low-Costs, effectively Low-Cost running MX-5 running gear, and there's a hope to get separate grids for them next season. Row 11, you've got the 21 car, another Mazda Low-Cost of the Racing Pundit, James Millman, number 63, and number 19, Martin Buckland in the STM Phoenix. Row 12, 61, Stuart Sellers in a Mazda Low-Cost of his own running, and Gerard O'Donoghue in one of the MEVs. Lee Dolby, number 77, is on 25th on the grid, that's row 13. Another Mazda Low-Cost next to Martin Hayward, Silver Phoenix, number 65. 14th row will be 26, Alan Robinson in the Silver Phoenix, and 70, Bradley Snow, another Silver Phoenix. There's a few of these out there. The next car is as well, that's Bridget Smart, number 38. Then you've got, alongside her, the 58 car of Mickey Scott, that's another MEV. Rounding out the field, you've got the CB Fulcrum of Colin Benham, number 18, and Sylvia Murch in the MEV MX150R, number 79, alongside her.
Fantastic 32-car grid, isn't it, for Sports Special? Sort of been bolstered this year by those Mazda Low-Costs, but the grids have been good now for a number of seasons. I remember when I started attending 750 Motor Club meetings regularly at the beginning of the decade, when it was the kit car championship, you thought they had about 10 cars on the grid or so, but that's tripled now, which is fantastic to see, and a great range of cars, as we say. So no sort of particular car brand has suddenly been picked on, and lots of people have gone for it. They're all lots of drivers making their own thing, and as you can see on the screen now, great different sizes and shapes, and over the course of a lap, it's pretty similar. Despite this decent pole gap Andy Hiley had in qualifying, 1.6 seconds. Some of that due to Martin Gambling having a couple of his lap times disallowed due to exceeding track limits. which is going to hurt him on the second grid. He's going to be a bit further down because of that, but that would suggest that perhaps Gambling has got a bit more pace in hand, provided he can stay on the within the circuit limits here at Oulton Park, which really actually you don't want to exceed too much, otherwise you'll probably end up off the road.
Yeah, and in the barriers quite possibly. Lap record for these cars dates back to 2008. Because we've not raced on this configuration very often. That was a 156.22 for Gary Goodyear. Andy Hyde actually has got the Class B lap record, a 156.44. And that's when the class structure was different as well, I should add. But the fastest time in qualifying for Andy Hyde was a 150.03, so some 6 seconds faster than the lap record. As I say, it's pretty difficult to compare as the championship has moved on a lot in that sort of 11-year period.
But that also is a good way of looking easily at how much progression these cars have had in development, because what Andy Hyde was driving then was kind of a similar car, wasn't it, that he's developed since then, and now 6 seconds a lap quicker around this circuit.
I mean, this a 150 is a not bad time in a Formula Ford 1600 car around here, to put that in context.
But, well, we saw the BMWs doing 51, so they're about the same pace as big 3+ litre BMWs. Obviously make their lap times in very different ways, but these cars are 2-litre cars, aren't they, for the most part, towards the front of the field.
A lot of Duratec engines, you'll find some Toyota engines as well, I think, in there. Still quite a few of the Class B cars will have the Z-Tech engines as well, Ford Z-Tech engines too.
And engines that are fairly easy to maintain and run cost effectively, which I guess is the reason we see such a great grid. And a great shot there on your screens now of the size of this grid, and as we've been saying, different sides and shapes. Andy Hyde hasn't pulled up quite as far as he could have done, whether that makes any real difference at the end of the day.
He's been about 18 inches away to Martin Gambling there, isn't he? So it's highly in the 53 car.
Has he had the commentary? Because he rolls forward.
Yeah, he's in the white and blue Kronos on pole. Then it's the red and white car alongside him as the lights go out and the race gets underway. So not a great start by Andy Hyde actually, because he's been beaten into the first corner by Paul Collingwood. Martin Gambling, though, it is that has the lead of the race as they turn their way through Old Hall Corner for the first time and then dropping down the avenue towards Denton's and Cascades. It looks like everyone's made it through Old Hall. There's Hiley getting third place back from Rob Johnston into Cascades, but he's got 2 more cars to pass, Josh.
Yeah, certainly he didn't make a good start, did he? I think that was all from him not lining up as high as he could have done, but he's already fighting for second position now, and through he goes past Paul Collingwood, already committed there into Ireland Bend. He carries so much speed. He's already with Martin Gambling's going through up the inside. Absolutely extraordinary pace from Andy Hiley in that longer wheelbase car, the Kronos. He was 4th, wasn't he, before he got to Cascade. He now leads at the Shallows Hairpin. Absolutely fantastic speed there on this first lap from Heidi, despite that slow start.
Yeah, he was 1.62 seconds faster than anybody else in qualifying, so that tells a story in its own right. And after a disappointing getaway, the next half a lap's been really good for Andy Hiley in the Kronos. He's got ahead there of Martin Gambling, number 99. Paul Collingwood there is third in car number 11. In 4th place, I think it's the number 82 car of Rob Johnston. We'll try and pick up what's going on within the classes in a moment or two, but climbing up Clay Hill towards Druids for the first time. Then it's a 13-minute +1 lap race, this, by the way. There's a gap back, isn't there, from Rob Johnston back, I think, to Stephen Warden and possibly Mark Conroy disputing 5th and 6th positions at the moment. Now you can see the extra little wing on the back of Paul Collingwood's car, number 11, that's there in 3rd place. If you compare that to the car ahead of it, of Martin Gambling, which is sort of running the more original aero on those cars. And another eclipse coming through is Paul Boyd there, the yellow car that's in the back of the shot there. He's up into, I think, 7th place now, so he's made up a couple of positions.
Yeah, just made up one into Lodge, and he's one, as you said, we expect to move forward. The winner from Anglesey and won many races in the past. There's Stephen Ward just ahead of the car of Mark Conroy, making his return to the 750 Motor Club and to racing this weekend at Oulton Park. Looking through the pack there, leading Class B is Brendan Dudley, because Chris Pike has dropped a bit further back with Stuart Thompson, the driver on overall scored points, secured points, is leading the Class B Championship. So he's up into 3rd place. A good start for the Caterham driver, as Andy Hiley has absolutely drove off into the distance, Ian.
Yeah, 1.8 seconds was the gap at the beginning of the lap, and it looks like he's already pulled out another second maybe already as they round Shell Oil's corner. Well, he's already up towards Britain's, really, as the leaders were the 2nd place goes in Shell's corner. Look like, was that another place being made up by Paul Boyd, possibly in the background there? We'll try and pick up on that. You know, 2nd, 3rd, 4th gone through. That's Johnson. 5th now is Conroy. 6th is Ward. And the next car through, then, yeah, it is Paul Boyd. He's right with those two cars, disputing 5th and 6th place now. So as they drop down toward Hislops, there could well be a fight on for 6th and 7th positions.
Yeah, so Conroy getting past Ward to begin this lap, and Boyd was trying to follow him back through, unable to do it though. And climbing up Clay Hill, they got the 2 Eclipses battling for 2nd and 3rd positions. Martin Gambling still ahead of Paul Collingwood, with Rob Johnston chasing after them in the Sienna. And in 5th position, Stephen Ward has dropped back further, hasn't he? So 5th is still Conroy, but up to 6th now Paul Boyd, getting ahead of Stephen Ward, who's dropping back, and he's got a couple of cars chasing him. I reckon that's Adrian Cooper and Liam.
And those two trying to get side by side there, effectively, I think 2 teammates more or less, as they turn their way into the right-hander.
In front of them, Paul Boyd gained another place though, because he went up the inside of Mark Conroy and went through up into 5th. So the driver that started 9th now into the top 5.
Top 10 cars are all Class A, aren't they, on this occasion? So it's Anton Landon in the silence rounding out the top 10 as we watch those two disputing at the moment. And the first of the Class B cars coming through now, that looks like Chris Pike, is it, that's now got into the lead of that class? Yeah, the 25 car now has gone through ahead of 158 Brendan Dudley. So Chris Pike back into the lead of Class B.
Steve Wells into the pit lane, the driver from the Isle of Wight. I think that was at the end of the first lap. So having a look at the front right corner of that car, so perhaps involved in a bit of an incident on that first lap. Meanwhile, there's the 2 Class B cars absolutely together. Chris Pike ahead of Brendan Dudley. I think Dudley knew, is he to Class B this weekend, and he was challenging there on the run up towards Island Bend to try and fight back ahead of Chris Pike. So a good battle in Class B, which perhaps we haven't seen for the last few meetings, with Pike having the pace there, though. The Class A cars making their way through the Britain chicane. And now Paul Boyd's into 5th. He's getting away from the cars behind and trying to go after Rob Johnston, who's just up the road over Hilltop. So there they fall now off of Hilltop and down into the Hislop chicane. Car 33 having a big twitch under the brakes. That's Stephen Ward.
And I thought he'd lost it there. It was going to come under pressure from 21 Adrian Cooper, but it didn't quite pan out that way. So the man from Northampton, just Stephen Ward, just tucked in behind Mark Conroy, number 20 there. Then you've got Cooper and M just behind, so a nice little 4-car battle going on, and then Anton Landon just chasing after them. Here comes Stephen Ward up the inside of Conroy into Druids, and he's gone through. So that's a change there for 6th position, and Conroy is possibly in trouble there.
Yes, he's lost a handful of places. Yes, he's slow, and I reckon it's Anton Landon on the grass there trying to get past Liam. They've all passed Mark Conroy, who I suspect is for the pit lane at the end of this lap. And Andy Hiley's gone quicker than he has did in qualifying, a 1:49.61. So Hiley absolutely flying. That's 7 seconds then under that lap record Ian spoke about. He's 4.4 seconds ahead of Martin Gambling.
As into the pit lane goes Mark Conroy, as we suspected. He does have a problem, as we have seen a slower lap from Rob Johnston that time, a 1:52. Well, a quicker lap for him, but slow relative to the cars around him, a 1:52.22. Paul Boyd took nearly 2 seconds out of him on that lap.
Yes, perhaps this is what we were talking about earlier, with people not having much time around this circuit in these cars. Everyone's going much quicker than they managed in qualifying. A 1:50.3 from Paul Boyd is 3 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying. He's up to 5th and chasing Rob Johnston.
Yeah, there you can see the 44 car that's going through. That's Stephen Lansley in another of the Class B cars. I think he is 3rd in Class B at the moment, just behind Pike and Dudley. They're on their way down the Lakeside Straight.
This screen saying he's Class A.
Oh yeah, Class A, I beg your pardon. Yes, but he's just behind the 2 Class B cars. Conroy's carping in the pit lane.
There's a car off the road, Ian, at the Island Bend.
Is that
Rob Johnston, question mark?
Possibly. We'll have to wait and see if he can. That's not a particularly clear view, just behind the catch fencing there. That's the word I was looking for. We've got a whole stream of cars coming through into the right-hander at the Britain chicane now.
Noisy cars aren't distracting at all,
No, they're not. I think we've got the dyno running underneath the commentary box here. That wasn't particularly well thought out. Anyway, there is the 158 car with Stephen Lansley right behind it. Brendan Dudley then, I think it's his first time out this season. He has been a regular in sports specials in the past, but he was a regular in Locost quite a few years ago, and a regular front runner he was as well.
Here's Gambling through in 2nd, then it's Collingwood 3rd. This is looking out our windows, then Paul Boyd up to 4th. So we have lost Rob Johnston, and Paul Boyd has flown up to the back of Paul Collingwood, who had actually a slow lap. He was in the 55. Looking back to our screens, there's the Mazda Low-Cost leader just in front of 97, Ben Powney. 97 is the Caterham making his debut too, I think, isn't it, Ian? The car of Justin Cox, yes, the Caterham 7.
Steve Wells is back into the pit lane again. He's been out and has returned. I think this time he'll be out of the race by the looks of it. Class B leader Chris Pike is now a long way clear of the rest of the cars in Class B. He's up with Nigel Brown's Class A Silver Phaser as well.
Picking up some of the cars further back. There's Bridget Smart, car number 38, just ahead of Lee Dolby, who I think had an incident yesterday, and he's sort of battling with Ben Powney for the sort of unofficial Masters Locost Championship, but Powney much further ahead here, and he's right on the tail of David Winter. You could just see there heading down the avenue into Cascades.
Yeah, Powney, it is ahead of James Millman and Stuart Sellers among the Mazda Locosts at the moment. There, though, is the 61 car of Sellers, and he is right with the car of Oliver Batten, I think that is at the moment.
So Batten must have went up the inside there into Cascades to grab what is third place within the Mazda Locost. There they are, turning their way through Island Bend. Oliver Batten ahead of Stuart Sellers. Sellers, who was a winner in the Locost Championship. I think we saw Oliver Batten get on the podium, didn't we, towards the end of his low-cost career before moving into this Mazda Locost. I just passed in that car of Rob Johnston, who's parked on the side of the road, unfortunately for him, into the Britain chicane. There's number 61, the Team Sellers racing car of Stuart Sellers, hopping over the curbs through the corner there, then climbing over the hill, chasing after Oliver Batten. They are on their fifth lap of the race, which has already been completed by the overall race leader, Andy Hiley.
Yeah, we've not seen much of Andy Hiley in this race. He's so far ahead. He's 6 seconds clear of Martin Gambling in second place. But here's this battle going on a little bit further back, involving Stephen Ward and Lee M and Adrian Cooper. Further back still, you could just about see Nigel Brown and Chris Pike coming into shot. So here is Stephen Ward. He is 6th. Anton Landon is 7th. And Lee M, the reigning champion, is in 8th position at the moment. So they turn their way through Old Hall Corner. We have got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in this race.
Adrian Cooper, I think, moved to the front of this queue, didn't he, on the last lap, to get in ahead of Stephen Ward, who's now going to be passed by Anton Landon up the inside through Cascades, and Lee M just behind them. So it's good three-car dices is going up towards Island now, with the Landon car in front, Anton Landon, who is doing all right in the championship, isn't he? 11th overall, as Liam tries to squeeze up the inside of Stephen Ward, was unable to do it. Stephen Ward actually is up in 3rd position in the Class A standing, so this has not been a good race for Stephen Ward. It started well, but he's dropped back from there.
He has somewhat. And just further back, it looked like Stephen Lansley, number 44, had got ahead of 158 Brendan Dudley for 11th position. And it was looking like a very close fight between Stuart Thompson, David Winter and Ben Powley within Class B for 13th, 14th and 15th overall. That was as they headed through Old Hall. There we could see Paul Boyd going through. There he is, and he's chasing after Martin Gambling now. Oh, and there's been an incident down at the Shallows corner. It is the 20-something car.
37, isn't it? Ben Powney.
Yeah, it is Ben Powney. It looked like a 2 to me. And crucially, there, he's knocked some of the Rexel foam barriers into the road at Shallows corner.
And this is one of the few occasions where car beats barrier by the looks of things, as Ben Powney drives away.
And the drivers have really got to slow quite significantly there to avoid those bales in the middle of the road. I mean, they're obviously going quite slowly anyway at that part of the thing. And Collingwood's got problems. Paul Collingwood, who was in 4th place, goes rather slowly past me. It looked like he was trying to find a gear. Has he found one now? I think he's pulling off. Paul Collingwood from 4th place is pulling out of the race.
Big pace there he is.
Yeah.
A big pace though from the car in front, or was in front of him, Paul Boyd. He's in the 49s now, much like Hiley, so he's catching Martin Gambling at pretty a high rate. You kind of wonder with them bales out here, and this might be the last lap of the race, and we get the flag a lap early. We'll see if that happens. But there they are. They're side by side. Paul Boyd goes up the inside. One of the bales has moved. Hopefully somebody hasn't hit that. But Boyd goes through into 2nd place. Since this has been a really good drive from Paul Boyd. 9th on the grid, up to 2nd there at the Shallows hairpin, moving ahead of Martin Gambling into the Britain chicane. They go now. There's Gambling, 99, hopping over the curbs. So Paul Boyd pretty much on the same pace as Andy Hiley, which is a really good drive throughout the course of this race for him.
And it's a bit frustrating this for Martin Gambling in the championship, isn't it? To be losing out to Paul Boyd, who gets a bit unsettled under braking there. And I thought he was going to lose it, but no, he's still there in 2nd position, 7 seconds behind Andy Hiley. Gambling there in 3rd place. We've lost the other eclipse now. That's Paul Collingwood, I should say. And Adrian Cooper, therefore, should come up into 4th position in the number 21 Procom.
So just see if the checkered flag does go out this lap or not. But now the bell's not sort of across the circuit, we might be able to...
I think I saw the last lap board being prepared, so I think it's the last lap board this time.
OK, so we'll get the full distance, which is good. Martin Gamblin now coming back at Paul Boyd by the looks of it. The flag is ready, isn't it? So Andy Hiley takes the win. Behind, Paul Boyd's gone off. He's over the grass as he held on. So there's Hiley, the winner. It's a race to the line for second place. Is it going to be Gamblin or is it going to be Boyd? Boyd just held on by 1/1300 of a second in.
Well, that was a very close finish between those two, and I think if the finish line had been a bit further up the straight, it might have been Martin Gambling that took it. So got some of the cars for the minor placings coming through, but it's going to be Anton Landon that gets 4th place out of this in the end. So that's a great progress from him. He was on the back end of the top 10 in the early part of the race, the number 64 car. 5th to number 21, Adrian Cooper. 6th to number 1, Lee M.
Stephen Ward's dropped back recently, hasn't he?
He comes through now. He was about to spin, I think, out of our sight to consider any damage or anything on the car as it comes past us, but no. So Stephen Ward, number 33, takes 7th.
Yeah, slow last lap from him.
8th place will go the way of Nigel Brown, number 10, over the line he goes now. And then our Class B winner, yet again, it's been a really strong run from Chris Pike, number 25. He takes 9th place overall and another Class B victory. So rounding out the top 10, I think, is going to be the 158 car, Brendan Dudley, and then everybody else comes through. Next, Stephen Lansley comes through, David Winter, Stuart Thompson, and our Mazda Locost winner is going to be Oliver Batten, I think, and he gets it by only 1/1600ths of a second from James Millman, so that's a really close finish as well.
Absolutely, with Ben Powney dropping out or having that incident, who is actually going to take the flag. There he is. Despite wrecking Oulton Park circuit furniture, he's made it to the flag.
The number plate on the front of the car is a bit bent, but that's the only visible damage I could see on that, so that's quite remarkable. I'm sure there'll be some video of that we can see later on. That'd be quite good fun.
So in Class A it was Hiley that beat Boyd and Gambling. Class B was Pike from Dudley and Winter. Then the Mazda Locost was Batten from Millman and Sellers. So that was another eventful race. As I'm sure the day will go on here at Oulton Park. One further race prior to lunch, which is the Bikesports. Not sure how much of lunch we're going to get, but that's not too unusual, is it, here at Oulton Park? A great racing we've had. And of course, there's going to be a bit of circuit furniture movement, isn't there, before that next race can happen.
As Lee Dolby just comes through as well to finish his race in the number 77 car. So this good news for Andy Hiley in the championship as well. So another win, a comfortable win on this occasion. And those that are battling with him for the championship, so Martin Gambling, and in particular Stuart Thompson, who was 4th within Class B. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he was 4th. Losing out a little bit here.
You suspect that Hiley's quite pleased that Paul Boyd didn't qualify very well, because Boyd's pace would certainly suggest he could have took the challenge to him. Well, but it's a 9th place later on too for Boyd on the grid. I was going to say, yes, because the grid for race 2 set by second fastest times from qualifying this morning. If it had been set by race 1 result, then we could have had a race on our hands a little bit later on, but we might still have a race on our hands later on as well. So the car's heading into Parc Fermé at the end of that 30-minute plus 1 lap race for the Protech Shock Sports Specials Championship. Another race for those later on. They have 2 more as well at Snetterton in October to round out their season. And I think the way things are, I think that championship will indeed be resolved in that final meeting at Oulton Park. Yeah, Hiley can't afford a bad race still, can he? Despite having this advantage over Martin Gambling.
I think he's had 3 sort of effectively non-finishes or non-starts during the course of the year, so anything he drops now is a real problem for him. So he'll be hoping to keep some reliability in that car as much as anything else, as well as the fantastic pace that the Kronos has shown here at Oulton Park today in the Protech Shock Sports Specials Championship. A reminder, 1 race before the lunch break then, that is the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship, so mostly radicals, but we've also got the Mittel out there as well, amongst others, that won the races last time out at Oulton Park, so we'll look forward to that in a moment. But first of all, we've got to hear from our successful drivers from the Protech Shock Sports Specials. We can see that Jacob Harris is ready and waiting for drivers to be brought to him down there near the podium. And we'll hear from Jacob very shortly. But just as yet, he's not got anybody to talk to. Still cars feeding in. Oh, and Paul Collingwood's car, which did have a Land Rover go off to recover it, has decided to go back to the paddock under his own steam. So Paul Collingwood, hopefully he'll be able to get the car back out for race 2 a little bit later on today.
Almost looks like the car is struggling to continue, though.
Okay, so let's now go down to Jacob in the pit lane. Jacob.
But he'll give us a little countdown with this. We are down at the podium with Martin, who I believe finished 3rd in that one, just about.
Yeah, really gutted to not be second place there. Started the last lap in second. Thought I had quite a bit of time in hand, so took it really steady past a back marker. And Paul in the other eclipse, he was there and caught me napping. So nearly got him back across the finish line, but third's a good place anyway. I'm still happy.
You have to get him back in this afternoon's race.
Yeah, another race to go, so looking forward to it.
And obviously, Martin, you're doing quite well in the championship this year. The 3rd place and potentially another one this afternoon. How's that shaping up for you?
It's good. It puts me in good stead for second. I'd like to have got a bit further up, though, if I could. But let's see, another race to go yet.
All the best for that one. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Paul Boyd, 2nd in Class A. Paul just nicked it at the end there.
That was great, wasn't it? Yeah, I was really pleased with that. Started 9th. Didn't think that I was first time here at Oulton, so I wasn't sure where you could overtake, how you can overtake. So, good outcome.
Well, for those of us who haven't been to Oulton, perhaps you could give us a few hits and tips.
Tips, I'll go for it. But it's so many blind brows, and you have no idea what's on the other side. And quite often the track comes back towards you at that point. So if you get it wrong, I think you hit the barriers hard. So
you certainly seem to be getting it right this afternoon.
Yeah, it's great fun. Really enjoyed it.
Brilliant. Thanks for talking to us, Paul. Next up, we have Ollie, who is the low-cost class winner, Mazda low-cost class winner. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was a really good race. I had a problem with the gears on the start, so I dropped right back to the to last in Mazda low cost and managed to fight my way up. It was a really good, clean race. Some nice hard racing by everyone. It was good fun.
Bit of an incident there on the closing laps. I think it's down the bottom of the track. Anything you saw?
I didn't see it. I just came and Ben was because Ben was leading the class, and then I came around the corner and he was in the barriers. So I don't know what's happened there. I hope he's all right, but I think he carried on. I saw him at the end, so I think he's all right. But just like to say thanks to SRB and Richard at SRB Racing for preparing the car and doing such a good job on it, and Josh and Liam and all the guys there. Done a really good job, and the car felt great.
I think you're the first driver today to actually thank the team and/or sponsors, so congratulations on that.
Well, while I'm doing sponsors, I'll thank National Learning Group, and yeah, thanks.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Speak to you later. Lastly, here we have Class B winner Chris Pike. Chris, tell us about Class B.
Yeah, a bit of a rubbish start. Probably lost about 5 or 6 places and then just sort of picked them off and then got my head down. Had a little battle with one of the Class A guys, Nigel, and yeah, it was good. Good fun coming through the field as well. So yeah, that's what we want. It's all good.
Where is best to overtake round here?
Probably, I don't even know the name of the corner, but probably the last corner, I would say, and into the bottom hairpin as well. If you get a decent exit off the corner before, and then just stuff it up the inside. But yeah, pretty good. Yeah.
Some sound advice. Good luck making those moves happen again this afternoon.
All right, cheers. Thank you.
And I did say lastly, but of course we have our race winner. It's Andy Handley. Andy, congratulations on your race win.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Looking spectacular out there in that blue and white 53. How do you make it go so fast?
Oh, I don't know that I make it go so fast. It's a good car. Yeah, it went okay today. I've raced here quite a bit in the past, so I do know my way around-ish. We got mugged off the start though. I thought, making a mess of this. 4th out of the first corner, I thought this is going to be hard work. But I was fortunate, it just fell right for me and I was back in the lead back at Shell. So yeah, I thought, get my head down now, get some space.
So you've been here a couple of times before. Are you a local man?
Yeah, we're from West Yorkshire, so this is our closest circuit, 60 miles. So we used to race here a long time ago in the MGs, and we did a championship here, so we did quite a few laps around here.
It's obviously good to be back, isn't it?
It is. It's a fantastic circuit, especially on a day like this. You can't get any better, can it?
Yeah, just one extension day of summer I think we've had here today.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations on your race win. Hopefully we'll see more of the same this afternoon.
Thank you, and I hope so.
Looking forward to it. Right, up next, I hope you like Slicks and Wings because it's the Bikesports FLM Racing Championship.
So the car's heading out onto the circuit for the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship then. The last of our races before the lunch break. And for those of you here at the circuit, one addition to the programme is number 80. In Class B, that is Kasper Jensen. Kasper, K-A-S-P-E-R, Jensen, J-E-N-S-E-N in a Radical SR3. And the grid will line up as follows. The front row will be 11 and 77. 11 Josh Smith and 77 Charles Hall. The second row, 27 Scott Mittel and 8 Joe Locke. The third row is 80 Kasper Jensen and 60 Ashley Hicklin. The fourth row, 95 Richard Stables and 3 James Bracon. The fifth row, 4 and 24, that's Tony Barwell and Ian Charles. The sixth row, 5 Doug Carter and 48 Andy Chittenden. The seventh row, 44 and 17, that's Andrew Kimpton and Miles Drew. The eighth row, 18 John Morris and 6 Sean Peters. The ninth row, 21 and 98, that's Charles Adrian and Joe Stables. And 26 Mark Boot on row 10 on his own. The significant news there is that it's Joe Stables at the back of the grid, the man that is leading the championship coming into this weekend. Could even wrap it up this weekend, but he had problems with gear selection, with his engine being down 3 cylinders in qualifying, so he didn't get a representative lap time in. So watch for Joe Stables coming through from the back of the grid in the number 98 Radical SR3. Up front, though, we've got our 2 rapid Class A drivers, Josh. One of them is called Josh Smith, and alongside him is Charles Hall. So should be in for a good race between those two, possibly.
Yeah, Josh Smith's sort of been the star driver, hasn't he, since joining the RLM Bikesports Championship this season. He won every race apart from the damp one at Silverstone prior to the last meeting, but then didn't finish the first one on the Silverstone International Circuit, and then didn't start the last 2, but he's got a new engine in, which obviously went well in qualifying. He went a second quicker than everybody else. Charles Hall was the driver that beat him in the national circuit in May, the former IndyCar support race driver in Indy Lights and series like that. Returning to racing recently, and Charles Hall there on the front row. Then the Class C driver, the only non-radical, it's the Mattel MC41, the Class C car, therefore a smaller engine for Scott Mattel, but he won all the races last time out on the Silverstone International track. A little bit away in qualifying, but I'm sure Scott will be chasing those 2 cars in front. Joe Locke, he qualified all right in 4th. He had a gravel trap excursion, but still qualified 4th and only did a few laps, so he might be one to watch.
So coming round for their rolling start, 3 classes. Class C, smaller engine class up to 1100cc. Class A is for tuned engines up to 1500cc. Class B for production engines up to 1500cc. And that's the class in which Joe Stables has had such success this season and was the champion last year. There he is at the back of the field, but the safety car pulls into the pit lane. The red lights, which are on at the moment, are about to go out. They do so now, and away we go, and it's a great start for Josh Smith from pole position. Charles Hall is there on the outside. He can't make it through. Just looking to see if Joe Stables, well, he's taking it cautiously through the first corner. He's only got past 1 car so far, but the leaders making their way down towards Cascade. Oh, and there's an off there for Charles Hall, I'm afraid. Josh Smith has spun as well, the race leader. Charles Hall was off into the barriers, I'm afraid. The rest of them going past, but I would think that we're going to have at least a safety car situation there after that incident down there at Cascades. So we'll wait to see if the safety car is released out onto the circuit. The rest of the field heading off towards the Shell Oils corner for the moment. And in the lead of the race, is that Joe Locke, I think, that is leading the way then from Scott Mittel in second place as they make their way up to Britain's chicane.
Yeah, so 2 front row men there coming together, Josh Smith and Charles Hall. Charles Hall, a fairly sizable accident there for him, unfortunately, so the medical teams are on to him immediately, going very heavily into the barriers on the left-hand side of the race circuit. So let's hope that Charles is okay. The marshals and the medical team doing what they do best. But the race continues for now. The safety car boards are being prepared, so as we suspected, the safety car will come out with Joe Locke leading the motor race, but a very scary accident there, Ian.
Yeah, so Joe Locke turning his way out of Druids towards Lodge Corner then, so it's Scott Mittel in second place. It looks like, is that Ashley Hicklin in the 16 car in third position? There you can see the marshals with the flags and safety car board, and the good news is that Charles Hall is out of the car. He's being helped out by the medics and the 750 Motor Club rescue crew, so great news to see that Charles Hall out of the car. There is a little bit of damage to the barriers that you can see in the background there. So there we have the race leader going past our window. Number 8, Joe Locke, leads then. Second is number 27, Scott Mattel. In third place is number 16, that is Ashley Hicklin. In fourth place is number 80, Casper Jensen. In fifth place is number 3, which is James Brakel. There is Josh Smith, so he did continue, and he is running where? 16th. Joe Stables, by the way, is up to 12th place on lap number 1. So we did just lose the one driver after all of that on the opening lap with that heavy off for Charles Hall down there on the approach to Cascade, so at Denton's really, that one.
Very good to, like you say, to see Charles Hall out the car. Great to see how strong, therefore, the Radical Sports cars are, because that was...
It stood up very well, didn't it? It would appear.
I think that's probably one of the biggest accidents we've seen in the Bikesports Championship. Not quite sure how they came together. Obviously, Josh Smith went for a spin as well to drop to the back of the field. So if we do get this race back underway, we've got a very interesting racing prospect with Joe Locke, Scott Mattel and Ash Hicklin at the front, then two of our potentially quickest drivers, Joe Stables and Josh Smith, much further back. Notice that Chris Preen, he's not here, is he? The second man in Class B. So I expect that means Joe Stables has wrapped up the Class B Championship to start in this race. So, but of course, Joe Stables is looking for that overall title, isn't he, again? That he won last year.
Yes, he is. So Joe Stables won the championship last year. As I say, he's in Class B, so he's scoring a separate set of points to those that Josh Smith is going for. So points scored within the class based on overall finishing position. The difference between the classes, as we're saying, Class A is for tuned engines and Class B is for production engines, although if you look at the pace, there's actually not a lot to choose between, in particular with Joe being such a quick driver. So they all have to run naturally aspirated 4-stroke bike engines. The gearbox has to be as per the standard configuration, but wheels and tyres are free. And they run a 14-round championship in the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship over 6 meetings. They started the season at Donington Park, they moved to the Silverstone National Circuit, then they've had triple headers at Anglesey and the International Circuit at Silverstone, before concluding with 2 more double headers here at Oulton Park and at Snetterton to round out the season. Last time Bikesports were here was last season, and it was Phil Cooper that took the first of the wins on that occasion, but Joe Stables did win race number 2. Cooper also winning when the championship was here previously, which was 2 years earlier in 2016, the autograss race that Phil Cooper did a couple of seasons in, also in Bikesports racing, but not racing this year. So we still have the cars behind the safety car coming up to complete lap 2. Then of course the order will not have changed. So still number 8 it is Joe Locke that leads then, from number 27 Scott Mattel in second place, number 16 Ash Hicklin in third position, in fourth place number 80 Casper Jensen, in fifth place number 3 James Brakel, in sixth place number 95 Richard Stables, in seventh place number 4 that is Tony Barwell. And in 8th place is number 48, Andy Chittenden, 9th, 24, Ian Charles, and rounding out the top 10 is number 44, Andrew Kimpton.
It's different competitors for Joe Stables within Class B this weekend, isn't it? With Casper Jensen making his debut, I think, with the 750 Motor Club, and James Brakel returning to the series, former champion, I think.
Yes.
James Brakel, and runs lots of cars in the series. Different drivers for Stables to race against. It'll be interesting to see how their pace is during the course of this race, if we get back underway, which hopefully we'll do. The recovery of the Charles Hall car is ongoing at the moment, and obviously taken a massive front-end impact, but as Ian said, the important parts of the car seem to stay pretty much as they should done. Great to see the marshals were straight on the case as well, weren't they, and doing making sure the extraction wasn't too quick, but letting Charles Hall sort of do things at his own pace, as he seems to be fairly okay as he got out the car himself.
The medical car heading back to the medical centre as well, presumably now with Charles Hall aboard it, so he'll be checked over, as is absolutely routine after any kind of contact incident like that. There will be a check over, especially these days with so much caution over concussion and that kind of thing, just to make sure that the driver is absolutely okay, and we will certainly wish Charles Hall all the best there.
We spoke about lap records in the other categories, didn't we? 1 minute 38.2, Lee Torrey's record dropped from that being a couple of years ago.
Last year.
Yeah. But in qualifying, Josh Smith was 4 seconds quicker than that. And I think that just goes to show this year how much more competitive the championship has become, hasn't it, with the addition of Josh Smith, Charles Hall and Scott Mattel, really bringing them lap records everywhere.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, Josh Smith has come in having won a number of championships elsewhere. The OSS Championship, I think he's won 3 times, I think that's right, and also the Castle Combe Special GT Championship, where that allowed sports racing cars in as well, which he doesn't any longer. Josh, who's 30 years old, is the project manager for a motorsport engineering course at Bridgewater and Taunton College in the car, which is known as Poppets. He's owned by the college and run by the students.
That was a fear he wouldn't be out this weekend, wasn't there, with the budget that the college has to get that new engine in, because it was a significant engine failure at Silverstone. There was nowhere that was going to be repaired. So it had to be a full new engine. Now, I noticed the Charles Hall car had gone off down this gate, down the roads back to the paddock. So I wonder if we might be able to race at the end of this lap here. And we've had 8 minutes of the 18 minutes plus a lap that we have in the Bikesports Championship. So we're just
safety car lights out.
That's a good going, isn't it? That's much more for the race than we expected.
Well, I think probably we were expecting more than a safety car as well, but that's what we've got. So Joe Locke now in probably a relatively unfamiliar position for him in terms of controlling the pace in the lead of the race. He's got Scott Mitchell, the winner, treble winner at Silverstone, right behind him in a circuit which he doesn't think is going to suit his car quite as much as the fast Silverstone circuit. Some much more slower corners here. Over the line they come to restart the race. Lap 4 gets underway then, and it's Joe Locke leading from Scott Mittel, Ashley Hicklin, and a challenge further back. That's Casper Jensen and James Brakel.
And that was, of course, for the Class B lead as well. There's Joe Stables going up the inside of Doug Carter to go 11th. Runs a little wide, but that's okay. For the lead, though, Joe Locke is hanging on. Remember, he went off in qualifying, so probably has more pace than his qualifying time would suggest, and he's ahead of Scott Mattel now in that PR6. Joe Locke won a race at Snetterton last year, didn't he? But that was his only win in this car, this PR6 that's run by Tim Gray Motorsport. There's a lot of cars like this are in the 750 Motor Club paddock. The former champion, of course, Tim Gray. He's getting away, isn't he, from Scott Mattel? So Mattel with these slow corners leading off to uphill sections, not suiting the smaller engine car, but through the chicanes, really nimble there. The Mattel able to chuck it through the corners was Scott, and that's allowed him to get away from Ash Hicklin, who was on his turn, and bringing him back towards Joe Locke, who started racing, I think, Honda Civics. So very different car, this Radical.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's a Northwest lad as well, so it is home circuit here at Oulton Park this weekend. Green flags waving, of course, as the cars are still on their first lap after the safety car period. So it's these two going away. Ashley Hicklin not really able to stay with the top 2 as they make their way through Druids and on towards Lodge Corner. What will be interesting to see is the progress of Joe Stables and Josh Smith here, of course, as they make their way up from 12th and 16th places respectively.
In the background, I reckon James Brakel had got past Casper Jensen for the Class B lead, but for the overall lead, the Class A lead, Scott Mattel's right back on terms with Joe Locke in the second half of this lap. There are the Class B leaders, with Brakel now ahead of Jensen as they make their way off into Old Hall with the Class A car. That's Joe Stables' his dad, Richard, behind. They go through Joe Stables. He is 9th. Not so much progress for Josh Smith, who we don't know if he's got a damaged car or not. He is in 13th, so that's the progression for those two drivers on this first restarted lap. There's Joe Locke, our race leader, in through Island Bend.
Yeah, so Locke leading by 0.3 of a second at the start of the lap. It looks like a little bit more than that now as they turn their way through Shell Oil's corner and up towards Britain's for the 5th time now in this race. There's still just over 7 minutes to go, plus 1 lap.
That first lap here for Joe Locke was just 0.02 of a second away from the lap record.
So we'll see. I'm sure he can improve on that this time then. Scott Mattel, though, in that Class C car, and Scott said he'd be much happier just sort of competing for overall Class A honours, wouldn't he, than racing effectively in a class of his own, because we've seen that car can take overall wins. It's the Mattel that he and his father have continued to develop. Running this season, of course, in Bikesports, in Slicks and Wings guys. There's sister cars that run in the RGB Sports 1000 for more standard variants of the Mattel chassis. Up towards Lodge they come then to complete lap number 5 of the race, and it's nose to tail through that part of the circuit. Looks like Mattel does have an advantage this end of the track, which Joe is able to reverse as they head down towards the Shallows corner.
Yeah, perhaps through Druid, Scott Mattel able to use the extra downforce of the MC41 over the PR6, but unable to go through. Yes, a new lap record there for Joe Locker, 1:37.9.
And we've had a change for 5th place, with Richard Stables getting ahead of Casper Jensen as they went into Old Tall corner that time. And meanwhile, Josh Smith now has come through in 10th place and Joe Stables 8th at the end of lap 5.
So that's put Stables 4th in class. Josh Smith is also 4th in class, so both of them in the same position, scoring the same amount of points.
Yeah.
We're picking up some of the back runners there. There's Charles Adrian, who's always a regular, isn't he, in the Bikesports Championship in his SR3. Meanwhile, out of Shell Oils, and there is Richard Stables ahead of Casper Jensen, as Ian alluded to. That happened at Old Hall. Richard Stables there, car number 95, going after James Brakell now as they turn their way through the British chicane. The PR6 quicker through that corner for Stables. Should have a bit more power too in the tuned car, and you can see that clearly there as he pulls up alongside and goes through on the inside line into Hislop ahead of James Brakell, hopping over the curb.
Yeah, Richards has been the champion in bike sports as well in the past. I think about 2011 it was that he took the championship title, but yes, in that tuned car he's able to get ahead of those two production engined machines and get up into 4th place overall as they now climb up towards Druids. And it's Joe Stables that's the next car through, I think, now in 7th place. I think he's ahead of Tony Barwell that you can see there as well. So Joe making progress, but now I've got side by side for the lead going into Old Hall corner. Scott Mattel looking down the inside and he's gone through to take it. Scott Mattel in the number 27 car gets the lead away now from Joe Lock in number 8, and we've had a moment too for the number 17 machine as well. That's Miles Drew.
Okay, so he rejoins, but we'll see if Joe Lock can re-challenge. We've seen he's quicker in the first part of the lap than the leader, the new leader, Scott Mattel. There's the Class B leaders together, James Brakell and Casper Jensen, who are only 4 seconds now ahead of Joe Stables. Joe Stables could still win Class B in this race with something like 3 laps to go. There's Ash Hicklin, he is in 3rd, just up the road are the 2 leaders that are still together, but Scott Mattel is ahead of Joe Lock. But we're coming up to them chicanes now, which have the hills after them, and that is what Scott was worried about, with the smaller engine picking up off the off the slow corners, the second gear corners, climbing the hills. But he's really quick through the Britain chicane, carrying good momentum there, and that might be what saves him by the time he gets to Hislops.
Yeah, he's still ahead, isn't he, by a good few car lengths in hand over Joe Lock in 2nd place. He's just a little bit scrappier thought through Hislops and Knickerbrook that time, running over the curb there on the exit of Knickerbrook. Now climbing up Clay Hill once again, just under 4 minutes plus 1 lap of this race left to go. Has Joe Lock got anything up his sleeve? He's in a 1:37.97, Mattel at 1:38.02, so very little to choose between it in terms of fastest laps.
But that's kind of because Mattel was stuck behind Joe Lock prior to now, so let's see what Mattel can do on this, the 7th lap of the race. And perhaps Mattel picking up a bit of pace since qualifying this morning. Let's see as he crosses the line to complete that lap. A 1:38.2, so perhaps an overtake. He couldn't quite fully maximise that lap, but he has pulled out this smaller margin over Joe Lock. Ash Hicklin through in 3rd place, hasn't quite got the pace of these 2 cars. Then it's Richard Stables in 4th. Class B leader is still James Brakell ahead of Casper Jensen, but they're both being caught hand over fist by Joe Stables, who's in the 39s, a couple of seconds quicker than them. So the Class B race is on with a few laps to go in.
Yeah, that's looking like that could be pretty spicy as that goes on, as we're watching the 2 leaders turning their way through Shell Oil's corner, still separated by less than a second. It's number 27 Scott Mattel that's leading. There you can see the 44 car of Andrew Kimpton just behind the stalwarts of this championship and 750 Motor Club generally. That's number 5 to Carter, used to compete in the RGBs before he moved over to Bikesports several years ago now in that radical. Here are the leaders, 27 Scott Mattel and 8 Joe Lock, Class C and Class A respectively, so they're scoring points in different classes here. They turn their way through the chicane at Hislops and now through Knickerbrook. But I reckon here that Scott Mattel's probably got enough to keep ahead of Joe Lock, and the battle a bit further back is the one that we'll need to try and keep an eye on towards the end of this race, which is for Class B. James Brakell number 3, number 8 Casper Jensen, and Joe Stables number 98, because I imagine that Joe Stables is pretty much with them now.
Scott Mattel does carry a lot of speed through Druids. That's very quick right-hander using all that downforce that Mattel cars have put into that car. So we have 2, maybe 3 laps at the end of this as Scott Mattel crosses the line. And yeah, he's not improving on those early laps as when he was chasing Joe Lock, interestingly. So the gap is a second between them. Here's Class B. The 3 cars are together. So Brakel, Jensen and Stables absolutely together. The 3 Class B cars then come out of Lodge Corner, and it is James Brakel still ahead of Casper Jensen with Joe Stables behind as they dive in towards Old Hall Corner. Just a second between the 3 of them. So a great battle that is in. They've got Josh Smith chasing them in his Class A car.
Yeah, so they're heading down towards Cascades once again. We have got 1 minute left to go in this race, plus 1 lap. As we're watching coming past us now, the number 48 car, that's Andy Chittenden in 10th place. Then 11th place, we've got number 24, Ian Charles. In 12th place, it's the number 5 car of Doug Carter. And the rest of the field making their way through. It's Scott Mittel still leading the way, though, by a second from Joe Lock in second place as they are now making their way around the circuit. And it's, I can see, looks like still Ashley Hicklin there in third place. Then it's a bit of a gap back to the 4th place car, which is Richard Stables, as they drop down from Hilltop towards Hislops and Knickerbrook. And then you've got the fight going on for 5th place, and it's Joe Stables now that I think is ahead of Casper Jensen. So Joe Stables is up into 6th position.
Interestingly, that Josh Smith, despite seemingly not having any traffic on that last lap, isn't quick in the overall leaders. I wonder if he has got damage from that first lap incident with Charles Hall. But across the line comes Scott Mattel, still being chased by Joe Lock as they get the last lap board. So they 1 further lap to go in this race, just a second between the 2 leaders, with Ash Hicklin coming through in 3rd position. He is further 8 seconds behind the 2 leaders you see on your screen there as they go down the avenue, Mattel and Lock. With Hicklin chasing, but who is ahead in Class B? It is Joe Stables. He's got ahead and he's pulling away immediately from James Brakel and Casper Jensen. So a great drive this has been from Joe Stables.
And now Josh Smith in amongst the thick of it as well. He is there and he is out of shape there, Josh.
Oh no, the damage is left-hand corner. You see the bodywork is very much ajar on that car, so there certainly is damage, and that's probably what's hampering his lap times to be 4 seconds slower than qualifying.
But he's up to 6th place now, though, but he's not really going to make any more progress in Class A because he's about 9 seconds behind Richard Stables, who's the next Class A car, though, but he is 3rd in class. Here is our race leader, Scott Mittel, though, 1.2 seconds clear of Joe Lock at the moment as they turn their way through Hislops and Knickerbrook for the final time in this race. So it's Joe Lock that was leading for much of the race, and he'll still pick up maximum points in Class A because Scott Mittel, as we've been saying, in a different class. I say he will, but he's dropping back further and further now from Scott Mittel as they work the final half a lap, heading up towards Druids Corner now, and then in towards the right-hander at Lodge. But we are waiting for them to come back into our view. I can see them heading along the straight towards Lodge Corner now, and it is Mittel that's going to come through to take the checkered flag, and Scott Mittel wins round number 11 of the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship from in 2nd place, Joe Lock.
4 in a row then for Mattel, which I don't think he expected after qualifying this morning. Ash Hicklin comes through in 3rd, then we'll have Richard Stables, and then it should be his son Joe to win Class B in impressive fashion, which brings him, I think, pretty much up to championship now, with Josh Smith not scoring the amount of points he would have liked. There goes Joe Stables in across the line to win Class B quite convincingly in the end. With James Brakel, he's 2nd in that class. Between the 2 of them with Josh Smith's Class A car, and Casper Jensen's gone missing, has he, on this last lap of the race, the car that was 3rd in Class B.
Not yet come through, has he? So that means it's going to be Tony Barwell, number 4, that comes through to take 9th place, to 8th place, I should say. And then there is Casper Jensen. He's got some grass stuck on the front spoiler of that car, so he's had a moment somewhere. So he comes through in 9th, having lost 20 seconds on that lap. And Andy Chittenden rounds out the top 10.
An eventful race, wasn't it, Ian?
Well, it was. There was it seems like longer ago than about 20 minutes when that race started, with that big accident for Charles Hall. I think it was actually the only retirement from the race after all of that. So it's very heavy off for Charles, and we do wish him well, of course. But Scott Mattel probably getting a win there that I don't think he really expected coming into today.
Absolutely not. You can't really look at championship for him because he's just scoring the same points every time out. So he's just looking for those overall results, and being 3 seconds slower in qualifying, he certainly wasn't expecting that. He had to work for it, despite the top 2 going off. He really had to battle Joe Lock. That great move into Old Hull, wasn't it, up the inside? It was a really strong move, and then he just eked away from Joe Lock ever so slightly. There's very similar pace between the two of them.
We've just seen the last two cars come over the line as well here. Charles Adrian and Miles Drew, 16th and 17th place, but it was very close up to the line, separated only by 18/100ths of a second, with Miles Drew having a quicker final lap of those two.
Of course, a great recovery drive from Joe Stables to come from the back to win his class still, and Joe Stables will have to do similar this afternoon. So really a strong drive there from Joe Stables. Maybe without Chris Preen, that's kind of helped him out here. But James Brakel, he's no slouch, is he? Who Stables caught and passed. So a great job there from him too. And fifth overall is a good effort. So the winners head in, or all the runners running back into Parc Ferme, and we shall pick up. I don't know if we're going for top three or class winners this time, Ian.
We'll wait and see see what we're able to get with Jacob, but it'll be interesting to hear from whoever he manages to get hold of. A reminder that we are going into the lunch break next, and we're due to get racing back underway in about half an hour's time, but we'll see if there's a little bit of a shuffle on the timetable. If there is, we'll try and bring you news of that, but it may be a little bit delayed, as we're a bit delayed going into the lunch break by about half an hour or so. So possibly there'll be a delay to the restart of racing as well. And after that, we'll come back with the Club Enduro. Josh?
We'll try and work it out over lunch if Joe Stables actually wrapped up the title in that race as well, because if he hasn't, he can't have much to do in the race later on. So
no, I don't think he will.
That's a good run there for the Stables. That's 10 class wins in a row for him. The only race he didn't win was one he retired in, which was the first race at Donington, which was won by Chris Preen. Joe Lock, that's his first win of the season. He's had that's his 8th podium, though, in the class, so he's been a regular class podium finisher, Joe Lock, just the one second place, which came in the first race at Donington, but now a class winner is Joe Lock, and Scott Mattel, 4th win of the season for him, and 9th class win.
I don't think it quite wraps it up yet for Joe Stables. I think he'll need to do that in the next race later on.
But not much.
No, because he did have one DNF at the start of the year, and that's the one thing that's sort of holding him back from having wrapped it up in that particular race.
Okay.
So I can see that Jacob is ready down in the pit lane. Hopefully very shortly he'll have some drivers brought his way for a quick chat. And then I know that Jacob will be heading off to talk to some of our Club Enduro drivers before that race gets underway. But I can see that we have Scott Mittel having now made his way down towards Jacob Harris. So we will head down to Jacob Harris, and he's going to speak with our overall race winner.
Down here at the podium, we've got your winner, Scott Mittel. Scott, congratulations, a great move for the lead down into that first corner.
Yeah, Joe made a little mistake over the back, and it was sort of building all lap, and I thought, I got a good run on him out of the last corner. I thought, yeah, this is the time to go.
And being down here in the pits, I did notice, I think it's your dad here with you today. Anyone else you got supporting you?
Yeah, mum and sister are here, and the wife back home. So yeah, massive thanks to Dad. It's like he does so much of the car, so we wouldn't be here without him, definitely.
He certainly looked happy with that one. Can you repeat it this afternoon?
We'll give it a go. I mean, Josh will be hard to beat if he sat on the front row again. So we'll have a go.
All the best with that, and see you later, hopefully.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, next up is that second place man just mentioned by Scott, Joe. So close.
Yeah, I know, I just couldn't hold it. I'd like to say thanks to Tim as well, obviously, because I never ever say it on video, so I'd like to say it now. I just hope Charles and Josh are all right as well. But yeah, no, I'm happy with that, but we knew we had more pace in the car, and the car didn't feel as good as it did this morning. So I think now we'll go back to the garage, do a few tweaks, and then race 2 should be even quicker.
You got anything particular in mind? Anything you want to change?
Yeah, for some reason the front end understeer seemed to go worse that race. I don't know whether the temperatures made it, the track a lot warmer, so the tyres have got too hot. Maybe the safety car didn't help, but I'm not sure. So we'll have a look at the data and see what we can do.
Nevertheless, a class win, not quite a wasted morning.
No, I'm still chuffed with that, and we needed a win to keep us in the championship contention. So, it's one of them, and I hope I can go even quicker next race.
Congratulations, Joe. Thanks for speaking with us. Who's next? David. We have third overall, Ash. Sorry, I didn't catch the surname.
Hicklin.
Ash Hicklin. Ash, tell us about your race.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely, I loved every second. sad to see Charles end up in the barrier. Not the way he probably wanted to end his race, and not the way any of us wanted to see him end his race. I was lucky just to miss Josh, to be fair, when he spun, and just kept plodding along and pushing as much as I could. But yeah, car felt good.
Did you enjoy yourself out there?
Absolutely, every second, as always. Always got to enjoy it, haven't you? That's the main thing.
That's what 750 is all about: low cost, enjoyable racing, and as long as we're still providing that.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Brilliant. Thanks, Ash. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers.
See you again soon. And last but not least, we have Class B winner Joe Staples. Joe, come on over here and talk to us. And 5th overall, I believe.
Yeah, first in class again. I mean, we had a bit of problem qualifying, where the ignition coil wasn't plugged in, so we were only running 3 cylinders, and also the auto blipper line had come out, so we didn't change down gears. But the car's been running pretty well, running pretty well all month, so as it's been. So we're happy with it.
Can it run any better this afternoon?
I could run better. The car, no, it's pretty good. It's up there. Just got to find the time with me now, get used to the track more.
You've not been to Oulton Park before?
Oh no, 4 weeks ago I was in the Radical Challenge, and I came out with a 3rd and a 5th.
Are you enjoying it? Is it one of your favourites?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a good circuit. It's definitely one of the trickiest, which makes it quite enjoyable compared to like Silverstone, which is just all like flat curbs. Everything's got some really old school hard curbs, so it makes good racing.
Love to hear it. And what are your hopes this afternoon? Top 5 obviously overall today, and you've won your class. Can you go any better?
Hope for top 4, top 3 maybe, if I'm lucky. See what happens.
All right then, well all the best for that, and hopefully see you again this afternoon.
Thank you.
And there we have the Bikesports. That's the last of our first set of races. We're going to have a quick break now for lunch. I'm very, very hungry. But we will be back this afternoon with the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship and another round of every race we've seen so far today. That's the Locosts, the BMWs, the Sport Specials, and of course the Bikesports. See you then for another great round of racing. 750 Motor Club from Oulton Park. We are here in by Tegiwa for a little chat with each of them as and when they're ready. Just a little few patience at Leon here. It's not. Okay, so we're having a few audio issues, but I'm here with Rob.
We used it. To try and stay with the movement of speed of the pack. You know, everyone's got quicker. And with work and everything else, we kind of testing all the components that are new to us. No one's fitted to a Civic before, and we're testing them at a race meeting, and it just became not ideal. You know, we were getting to an hour and 20 minutes of each race, potential wins and stuff, and then something small failing. So we just want to get some testing under our belt with the Civic before we come back with it, really. And everyone waits for a safety car, and that's what we always do.
Rob Baker there, they've swapped out closer to the track in the we have a first timer for Club.
It's going all right, thanks. It's actually the first time in this race, first time at Oulton Park for us. So, a day of testing and then qualifying this morning. So, still learning the circuit, but we. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Very excited, and 2 hours is a long time, so we'll see what falls.
Who else?
So plan is that we'll do plan.
Okay, and.
Helpful. Yeah, we'll definitely be back, there's no doubt.
What are your hopes for the race? Do you reckon you can improve on 6th?
Yeah, I hope so. You know, these endurance races, of course we're here to win, everybody is, but oh, massive. And, you know, our team, Jeff Steele Racing, do a fantastic job. They've been running us for an hour and time that going during the week, prepping the car, getting the car here. And then all the work that goes on through the weekend is a huge amount.
And what specifically made you choose your car? I can't remember off the top of my head what it is now.
We're running a M3 E46. We've been running that car for a lot of years. When we first started the Enduros, we started with car.
Okay, still experiencing here at Oulton Park. Unfortunately, I'm swapping my... Once we know the... Through the window. David, our helper, is just lining him up for a chat. Perhaps his co-driver might be able to have a word with us as we go home. Only see one person in a race suit at the minute, to my right. Still trying to sort out those audio issues for you. We will be back in the pit lane during the race. Of course, I said 2-hour endurance race for this Tegiwa Club Enduro. Pit stops are mandatory. Already, we will be keeping an eye out for a safety car. Safety car is the one, you know, ideally you'd lose less time in the pits and gain a better advantage on competitors. Let's go over to our sitter and see if I believe this is Leon. Is this Leon?
It is, yeah.
It is, okay. I've not got the co-driver. I'm going to have to stick both these microphones
Through the window,
'cause I'm not quite sure which one has the issues and which one is working properly. But snatched pole position right at the last there, qualifying.
Yeah, I was running some new pads in, so I had to take it easy for quite a few laps, and then I think we had some low pressures on the front, so it took me right until the end to actually get a clean lap in, and just good enough.
The guys in second place believe they've got a bit of time to spare. They said they set their lap on cold tyres right at the start. Can you keep ahead of them?
I'm hoping so. I said it takes a while to get the front up because there's no weight on the front of the car, so hopefully if I'm there or thereabouts after maybe 15 minutes I can keep it with them and give them a good race.
Does your car suit this track? We've had a lot of talk today about how there's quite a few technical corners coupled with the long straights. It's an Exesia in, is it?
It is, yeah. It's I think it suits it well. I said I've got a supercharger, so it pulls well down the straights. I seem to be able to take the chicanes quite quick as well, so I think it's going well. It went well in quali.
And 2 hours is quite a long time. Do you enjoy Oulton Park?
Yeah, it's a good track. I like it. So far this year we've not managed to finish a race, but so hopefully I can manage to do the 2 hours on my own and be there right at the end. Yeah.
What kind of issues have you faced this year, and what have you done to address those?
Well, pretty much everything's gone wrong, to be honest. We've had new clutch, new gearbox, new flywheel, new supercharger, suspension. Engine blew up last race at Silverstone. So I'm hoping that's it. All my bad luck for this year, and we can get to the end.
That begs the question: is this still the same car that started the season?
Yeah. I jokingly said to Dan, who looks after the car, the other day that it's like, is there anything left from the beginning of the year? And it's fundamentally the same chassis, so I think so. Yeah.
All right then. Well, hopefully that chassis, which has been here since the start of the year, can finally see some success today.
Yeah, I'm hoping so as well.
All the best. Thanks for talking to us. We shall move back now down the grid, see who else we can find. Hopefully you can hear us and the camera will still work. Around this way. Not quite sure where the signal is emanating from, heading to, but we will keep going. Lots of different cars in this one that you'll be able to see in and around Parc Fermé.
issue yesterday.
Hi, afternoon. Yes, you could say that. We came here for a 4 days testing because I haven't been to Oulton Park for 4 years and Adam hasn't driven the car for 3.5 months. So we thought, okay, we'll spend a full day getting ourselves keyed back in, and then 20 minutes in we broke a drive shaft. Not a spare we carry, not something we were able to find within the day, so we only got the car back on its wheels that evening. So we came into qualifying fairly blind, but I've ended up 4th in class, which I'm quite happy with. So the main aim is keep it off the curbs, keep it out of other cars, and survive will be the thing we're trying to do. I think we'll see the lap times improving throughout the race because this is more testing than we've had so far. I think it'd be quite interesting.
So starting off with a nice Saturday afternoon drive around the countryside.
We always say that, but then these red lights on the gantry go out, and so does your brain. But I think Adam will be conscious of seeing me on the pit wall every time he comes by, knowing that I've yet to get in, so makes you a little bit more circumspect. It's a long race, and when you're sharing the car, you take a very different approach to sprint racing, or so we hope, for everyone around us as well, because it's a busy grid. I think we have 39 cars lining up.
It's certainly a big one, yes. When about so you think of jumping in, or are you waiting for a safety car along with everyone else?
I mean, if there's one at the right sort of time, great. It's a strategy advantage, but because we share the drive and share the costs, we try and do it around the hour mark. So does everyone else, so it might go 5-10 minutes either side if it looks like the pit lane's really busy. It's better than getting caught up, but yeah, halfway mark. The car's quite flexible on fuel range, so we have options if we do have to come in early.
All right, then sounds good to me, and hopefully nothing breaks this afternoon.
Hope so. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Adam. Okay, I'm hearing my ear over here, which is directly this way. We believe, is one of the only Honda NSX cars racing in the UK. Interesting prospect. What do we have here? Chris Nyland. Chris, interesting car.
Yeah, it's a Honda NSX. It is quite something. Quite rare, I believe, in UK motorsport. So it's quite a privilege to drive this one. But yeah, it's really good. Really good.
Yeah, the commentators and I were speculating it may well be the only NSX racing in the UK at the minute. Where did you find it?
Well, actually, it's not. It's the teams. It's Tegiwa imports his car, so we basically just drive it for them. But yeah, I think it probably is one of. I've never seen one in the UK before, anyway. I haven't really seen many of them racing, to be fair, apart from in Japan and up that way. But for the UK, yeah, it's quite a rare car, yeah. But like I say, it's just fantastic. So well balanced, and obviously quite fast as well.
Yeah, I think I said the last time I saw one was in the build-up to the F1. I think Jensen Button drove one of the presenters around Suzuka in one of them because he used to drive for Honda, obviously. You switched the engine out in this, though.
Yeah, it's got a K-series engine in this one, I believe. Okay, I'm not well up to date with technical, but yeah, it's been swapped from the V6 to the 4-cylinder for weight. But yeah, it seems to work anyway.
I'm glad you said that because I'm not very technical either. And I could not hold down a conversation. What are your hopes for the race? Quickly, but I can hear engine starting. We're mostly getting going.
Yeah, quickly, it's basically to win Class B. That's our aim. We're obviously up here now, so yeah, that's our aim.
So the cars are now being released out onto the circuit for the first race of the afternoon, which is the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. It's round 6 of 8 for 2019, and it is going to be Leon Bidgeway in the Lotus Exige on pole position. Let's give you the grid as they work this rolling lap. Pole position will be number 32, Leon Bidgeway, and alongside him will be number 6. The start driver there is Carl Swift, starting the Seat. Second row, 77, the Silverstone winner Joe Taylor, and number 8 will be started by Rory Hind in the BMW. The third row will be 33 and 150. 33, Luke Sajikowski in the BMW, and 150, Peter Mulsdale in the BMW. Row 4, 55, Matthew Wallace in the Seat, and 44, Stuart Dayburn in the Invitation Class Ginetta. On the fifth row, it will be 133, Adam Burgess in the Honda NSX, and 16, Paul Huxley starting the Seat Sopacopa. On the sixth row will be 43, Steve Cheetham going solo in the Boxster, and 46 is the BMW Compact of Will Ashmore and Matty Taylor. We're not quite sure who's starting that. Row 7, 48 in the Seat, it's Robert Taylor, He'll be starting that one, then it's Colin Gillespie going solo in the BMW 130i, number 15. The 8th row, number 95, the Golf being shared by Andy Bailey and Luke Schlevitz, and the number 91 BMW E36 M3 being started by Oliver Owen. Row 8 is 719 Gavin Johnson in the Boxster and 73 John Munro in the Mazda. Row 10 is number 10 Oliver Crease in the Lotus and 27 William Beach in the Clio. The 11th row, 52 Steve Dolman in the Mazda and 68 Darren Kell also in an MX-5. And then on row 12, it's 76 Michael Downey in the Porsche Boxster S and Luke Handley, 51, in the Honda Civic Type R. Both of those solo drivers, as is Charlie Campbell, number 4, on the inside of row 13 in the Peugeot RCZ, alongside Andrew Lightstead, who's starting the number 79 BMW 330. The 14th row will be 36, the BMW 36, started by Adam Mealand, and Matthew Tidmarsh, number 81, in the Mazda MX-5. The 15th row, 29, Stephen Cunniff in the Honda Civic Type R, and number 19, Nathan Harrison in the MR2 Roadster. The 16th row will be 93, Russell Tamplin in the MX-5 and Ivan Mayers 316 in the BMW, and 26, Jonathan Hayes is on the inside of row 17, that's in the BMW 318 Ti, and Adrian Ferdinand's in the BMW 325 Ti, number 191, that rounds out the field with a few drivers possibly starting from the back of the grid, but we'll have to wait and see exactly who turns up and in what order. A great grid, Josh, just quickly, because we're already heading up Clay Hill on the green flag lap.
Absolutely, should be 35 cars around the Oulton Park circuit. It's going to get very busy when we get into lap traffic. Got the 3 different classes, Class A, Class B and Class D, based on power to weight ratios. 2 hours, as we say, the pit window is sort of open at any time. You've got to make a 3-minute stop during that time. Some cars have bigger fuel tanks than others, so sort of your pit stop window is dependent on what your fuel tank allows. And it was very close in qualifying. 5 cars separated by 1 second on this long 2.5+ mile lap, so it should be a very competitive race to look forward to.
It should. We possibly have a championship that could be wrapped up today as well, because Steve Cheatham had a strong season in his Porsche box in Class B. If he wins with fastest lap, then by my mathematics, then Andrew Lightstead in Emran Khan would need to finish at least 3rd in Class C, having had dramas last time out at Silverstone. So the cars coming around on the green flag lap. The safety car is pulling in. The red lights are on. The race about to get underway then. Here they come up to the line, and it is side by side Leon Bidgeway and Carl Swift then, as the lights go out and the race gets underway, and they're side by side. In fact, 3 abreast into Old Hall Corner for the first time, and it's the number 33 car that has the lead at the moment. That is Luke Sedjakowski, who started 5th on the grid, and as a spinner, that's the Leon Bidgeway pole position exige that has gone round. There must have been some contact there, but everyone else is managing to go past him. But it looks like it's Luke Sedjakowski in the lead then, as they head through Cascades for the first time.
Well, somehow he's come from the 3rd row of the grid, hasn't he, to lead the race? So a very good start there from Luke Sedjakowski. Probably the most powerful car at the front of the grid. But the top 2 are way ahead of the rest, him and Cole Swift, after that spin for Leon Bidgeway. There is the 3rd place car, which I think is Rory Hind coming through. So that's really mixed up the order, Leon Bidgeway's spin through Old Hall. Looks like Steve Cheatham's already 5th or 6th, so the Class B leader. They're moving then ahead of Adam Burgess and the NSX as 2 leaders nose to tail.
No sign of any yellow flags at Old Hall Corner, so I don't think there's anyone stranded there, which is good news. So the race able to continue. There is Steve Cheatham. He's the man, number 43 in the Porsche Boxster, that leads the championship coming into this weekend. He's had a lot of success within the class this season, taking 4 class wins out of the 5 races that we've had so far this year, this being round 6. There is the field coming down into Hislops for the first time, and there you could see the number 55 car going through, which is the Matthew Wallace, Simon Wallace, Seat Leon.
Absolutely, so it's Cheatham that leads Class B ahead of Colin Gillespie's BMW, and down to 3rd has gone Adam Burgess. There they are in the NSX. So Adam Burgess dropping back here, the leaders. Oh, Cole Swift hopping over the curbs in the area Motorsports Seat, chasing after Luke Sedjakowski down in towards Lodge Corner. So a quick start from Sedjakowski, but getting those front tyres up to temperature much easier. It's Cole Swift in the front-wheel drive car, trying to draw up alongside Sedjakowski, coming up towards Old Hall. Let's see if he can challenge. He can't. So still leading is Sedjakowski, but he's struggling to get the car turned into Old Hall there, so that could give Cole Swift a good run onto Cascade. First of all, they will have to deal with the avenue. Through Denton's they will turn, and there they are, the top 2, the BMW and the Seat, absolutely together, separated by just 0.3 of a second.
So lap 2 of this 2-hour race. They'll go. Oh, and there's some fluid there, by the looks of it, coming from the back of the second place car, being driven by Carl Swift. We'll keep an eye on that, see if that recurs. But he's trying to go alongside Luke Sedgwickowski into the lead of the race anyway, as they head down towards the right-hander at Shellow's corner for the second time in this race, and they are pretty much nose to tail. And as they come out of the corner, he's on the grass, Carl Swift. It's not a 10-lap sprint, this, Carl. You don't need to try and get alongside Luke Sedgwickowski in quite such a dramatic fashion at this stage of the race. Oh, and there's Joe Taylor, just getting past our commentary box window after that drama for him on the first lap. He, we think, lost 4th gear possibly during qualifying this morning, so whether he's got more gearbox issues this afternoon, we'll try and wait and see.
Liam there he is, Liam Bidgeway, after that spin, his Lotus 2 in trouble. So both the Class A Lotuses, real dramas. Joe Taylor's car sounded rough. Is it a puncher on the back left corner there for Liam Bidgeway? Maybe that's what caused him to spin. We don't know that for sure. Either way, he's for the pit lane. Do we think that's a puncher on the rear left corner?
It looks like it might be. Certainly some damage on that corner, whether it's a puncture or what. Difficult to tell with the way the sunlight and the shadows are reflecting off it. But he's pulling into the pits now, so we'll see if he can get back out into the race. But disappointment for Leon, having started the race from pole position. There are the leaders then, heading into Lodge Corner for the second time. It is still Luke Sedgwickowski ahead of Carl Swift, but there's not a lot to choose between them.
Wonder if Rory Hind is picking up. There's a car off. That's the Janetta, isn't it? The invitation car, Stuart Dayburn. That is at Druid. As Bidgeway has made his way into the pits. Just looking here, yeah, Rory Hind in 3rd. He's on the same pace as the 2 leads. Janetta's getting out of the gravel, so that's good news. Yes, and the Bidgeway team going straight for that rear left corner, so I'm sure that is a puncher. It's very busy in the mid-pack. That includes Darren Kell in the Class C Mazda MX-5, and he leads that class. He was 16th overall, so he missed all the dramas on the first lap. So Darren Kell there leads Class C, I think, at the end of lap 2. As well. I think he's got a good margin over the rest, a very large margin. It's second place for Andrew Lightstead, the class championship leader there. So the pole sitters in that class, 72. Where has that car gone then? The 73, sorry, the John Munro car. I didn't see that come through, so we'll check on that.
Okay, so meanwhile Leon Bidgeway's car's been jacked up now, and on that left rear there is a new wheel and tyre going on by the looks of it, so we'll keep an eye on what goes on there.
I don't think John Munro started the race. I can't see him on the timing screen anywhere, and there's only 33 starters, so the TWP racing car looks like it didn't make the start. Or is that the car there on the screen after saying that? Back to the that looks...
Yeah, it looks like it could be, doesn't it? The Munro car. We'll try and figure that out. There's the 91 car going through as well. That's the Oliver Owen E36 M3 that started on row 8 of the grid.
Yeah, that's 73 there. I can't spot that on the top.
There it is. It's 12.
It's so far up the order, so we missed that completely. So it's John Munro that leads Class C over Darren Kell and Andrew Lightstead. So the Class C car's coming really strong at the start of the race then. John Munro moving up the field from 18th to 12th, so a great start there.
Yeah, and probably helped by all that chaos that went on the first lap. Meanwhile, the leaders are coming through to complete lap 3 and start lap 4 of the race. It's still Luke Sedgwickowski ahead of Cosworth. But here's this battle going on there. It's a genuine battle that is occurring between John Munro and the 91 car, which is the one that was started by Oliver Owen. And they are disputing 12th and 13th position. The Owen car is a Class B car, so a bit more powerful. By rights, it should be ahead.
Adam Burgess has moved into 2nd in Class B, getting ahead of Colin Gillespie. So Burgess recovering from his pole position and a slower start. There's Steve Cheatham, though, who leads that class, just going through your shot 2.5 seconds ahead as he heads his way down Lakeside. 2.5 seconds ahead of Adam Burgess, lapping fairly similar pace. Colin Gillespie hasn't got the pace of the two of them, so he's dropping away within that class. They're way ahead of the rest. It's Oliver Owen, who's 4th in Class B, and William Beach is clear of the shift. They're the two leaders in the class, so heading together through the Shallows hairpin.
Yeah, so we are on lap number 4. Carl Swift has done the best lap of the race so far, 1:51.75, just fractionally faster than the race-leading Luke Sedgwickowski BMW M4. So Cheatham it is, leading Class B and doing what he needs to do in order to try and wrap up the championship.
Looks like Joe Taylor's still lapping, but way off the pace, 2 minutes 13. So you can't run around that pace for 2 hours, can you? I wouldn't have thought.
And disappointment for Joe, having had such success last time out at Silverstone with the victory there.
news from the pit lane is that it's a suspension issue for Liam Bisray, not a puncture, and they're saying there was contact at the start of the race there that caused that.
Okay, I can see some gaffer tape being called into action, so that's presumably to sort out bodywork rather than the suspension issue.
You'd hope so.
Meanwhile, the race continues.
Change for the lead.
And we do have a change for the lead, and quite a big lead now for Carl Swift, 2.17 seconds.
Slower lap from Tegiwa. I wonder if he could perhaps get offline whenever that move happened. So it's Swift, Tegiwa in behind the top three now.
Yeah, so it was also the best lap of the race so far for Carl Swift, 1:51.26, so he did go quicker as well. There you can see Adam Meeland. That car is one that had drama yesterday in testing with a drive shaft failure early on in the day, so I don't think Adam got any running at all yesterday. Sam McKee, his co-driver, just about 20 minutes at the start of the day, and he's got the MX-5 right behind him.
That's Matthew Tidmarsh moving over from Max 5 racing into endurance racing. Last time out at Silverstone, enjoying himself, and therefore coming out again here. Tidmarsh was on the podium actually last time out in Class C. There's higher up in the class, that's Darren Kell in his Mazda 2, going 3 wide across the line as a Class B car comes one side, the Invitational car comes the other. It was Steve Dolman's Mazda was the Class B car, and the Invitational car was the Ginetta of Stuart Daber, but I think they all survived that moment as the rest of the field flow through. So in Class C it's Munro that leads Darren Kell. And it'll be interesting to see now, Ian, what sort of pace Cole Swift can do, because he's only a second away from the qualifying time, despite having a full tank of fuel at this stage, and a big fuel tank in that Seat, so they'll be hoping to go for a long time. There's Joe Taylor on your screens, the winner from Silverstone, who was on the podium at Spa 2, and sort of brought himself into championship contention, but this gearbox issue and about to be lapped after just 5 laps of the motor race.
Yeah, so it's not gone well for Joe Taylor, I'm afraid. Here he would have had hopes for trying to take a victory here as well, and he was quick in the early part of the qualifying session as well. He was on pole position for quite a long time.
Tegiwa hasn't fallen away from Swift on this lap, or not too much, about half a second, so he's on fairly similar pace. Actually does a personal best to Tegiwa, 2.6 seconds away from Swift, then, and 3 seconds ahead of Rory Hind. In 4th position, making his debut in the series, is Philip Mulsdale in his M3. There on your screen is the 5th place car, which is Matthew Wallace in a Seat, similar to the lead car. Then in 6th position is the Class B leader, Steve Cheetham, but he's been caught by Adam Burgess. So if we watch the next cars through after the Seat, we'll get the Class B leaders that are nose to tail then. So Steve Cheetham has been caught by Adam Burgess, this NSX that runs a Honda Civic engine, doesn't it? The 2-litre Civic engine, absolutely together, Ian.
Yeah, and they were heading down towards Cascades. And we'll try and pick those up in a moment. In the meantime, we'll go back to Adam Meeland with that MX-5 of Matthew Tidmarsh. There's Charlie Campbell in the unusual Peugeot RCZ. That's an ex-Belgian Endurance Championship car as well. Let's watch the number 10 car go past our commentary box, which is the Lotus that has been started by Oliver Crease, a Class B car that is showing with Simon Middleton. There's the other Lotus that we're just talking about, and now you can see it's also been lapped by the Heinz and Fitzgerald BMW.
That's going well, isn't it? The E36, one of the older cars on the grid, really. 1990s model, I guess that would be, about 20 years old, that machine of Rory Hind. Owen Fitzgerald, I can see just in front of us on the pit wall. He'll be getting on board that car in the second half of this race. 10 minutes in already, and there's the leader then, Cole Swift, making his way underneath the Warwick Bridge down into Lodge Corner in number 6, this area motorsport run Seat Leon. Cole Swift, former winner of the in the TCR UK series here at Oulton Park, wasn't it, at the beginning of the season, in a different car. Across the line goes Cole Swift, just 100th of a second away from the fastest lap of the race, and extends his lead up to over 4 seconds now over Luke Tegiwa.
Here's that battle for Class B honours though, and it's Steve Cheetham leading from Adam Burgess in that Honda NSX in second place. We saw that out for the first time at Silverstone, didn't we?
We actually did it at Spa, of course. That wasn't part of our coverage, was it? Indeed.
Yes, it was out at Spa as well, and it's had a few different drivers at the wheel so far, but that's a pretty tight battle. There's the 3rd place car of Rory Hind, the E36 M3 that Josh was talking about, being a more elderly car on this grid, but it's all relative.
The NSX, I'm not really sure if there's any other NSX that race sort of in this country.
I've not seen any, no.
So it's great to see that out here with the 750 Motor Club, the TI Motorsport car, and off the car, off the circuit even, goes Matt Wallace, wasn't it? The 5th place Seat, way off at Cascades. He's got He almost ended up at the Knickerbock chicane, hasn't he?
He almost went around the Foster's circuit, didn't he? He was trying to take a shortcut, but he's going to rejoin the track, but he'll have lost an enormous amount of time there. Certainly lost a couple of positions. Depends where he sort of feeds in relative to the likes of Colin Gillespie and so forth.
That car finished 5th place last time out at Silverstone. That is where it was running. Here's that battle that still continues between Adam Mealand and Matthew Tidmarsh in Class C. Over Deersleep they go. I reckon this is for 4th in class, just behind the championship leader, Andrew Lightstead. The Mazdas seem to be a better car around this circuit than the big, heavy BMWs. Here's a leader, though, overall leader, Cole Swift, with a bit of trim already. Perhaps not, actually. Well, there's a bit of trim hanging off, but I think it's OK for Cole Swift, who shares that car with Rob Baker. Both Civic Cup champions are Swift and Baker. Across the line goes Cole Swift, completes 7 laps, another decent lap in the 51. Looks like one of the cars about to start the race late, I think, Ian.
That's the 191 car of Adrian Ferdinand's being shown to the end of the pit lane, I think.
It appeared that came from the garage. Here are the Class B leaders. They're already in traffic as well. Cheatham getting away on this lap as the blue flags waved over Deersleep, and across the line they will come. And a bit of a bigger margin at the end of 7 laps within that class. Steve Cheatham a second ahead of Adam Burgess. They're 5th and 6th overall now, so the Class B car's really moving up well. Steve Cheatham has had a couple of overall podiums, actually. He had a 2nd at Spa, and he had a 3rd at Oulton Park at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, meanwhile, by the way, Leon Bidgewell plate is still in the pit lane. Car's suspension still being worked on, and also into the pits we have.
That's Matt Wallace, isn't it? So perhaps that off he had at Cascades was caused by an issue where the car foot the radiator, the grille full of grass, so that might be the other reason for the pit stop.
I did notice when I parked my car this morning, the grass had been recently cut, so I suspect there's a lot of loose grass clippings as well all around the circuit, which have got sort of lodged in the radiator. Their team have done their best to try and clear that out, get Matt back out onto the circuit.
Looks like Rob Baker's down there, the area motorsport boss, helping to run that car by the looks of things this weekend. They're having a look at all the tyres, making sure they're all inflated, and so it looks like they're going to have a look at the engine bay too. But here's the leader, a similar car of Cole Swift, who is now 5 seconds up the road. Looks like we've got our first driving standards flag of the race going out to car number 93, which is Russell Tamplin's MX-5. Presumably that's for exceeding track limits. So across the line goes Cole Swift with a new fastest lap of the race. A 1 minute 51.17, extending his lead up to 9 seconds now. And that is a new lap record too from Cole Swift. Over a second and a half quicker than Andy Marston's best from last season. So a great lap there from Cole Swift, and less than a second away from qualifying lap time with a good tank full of fuel.
There is the number 76 car, which is that of Michael Downey, the 42-year-old from Haddington, in his 2nd full season of racing. His dad David also races as well. He started racing last year in Club Enduro. He's had a 12th, 3rd and a 6th within the class so far this season. And the 55 car of Matthew Wallace goes back out. And that 76 car is just ahead, or just behind, I should say, one of the Mazdas. I'm just trying to work out which Mazda that is, which is ahead of it now, and that is the 68 car, isn't it? So that is the car of Darren Kell, who's going solo this time. He raced with his son James at Silverstone. The Ginetta, meanwhile, is into the pits. That's the invitation class car. We saw that have a spin Drury's early on. That's making a stop. And again, there's grass being released from the radiator there. So that does appear to be a problem today, Josh, with lots of grass getting stuck in the radiator when people go off.
Absolutely. James Kellogg can't be here, of course, as he's racing at Knockhill, part of the Toka package in the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup, but has been a regular in the championship with his dad during the course of the season. They're 2nd in Class C, just a couple of points behind Andrew Lightstead and Imran Khan, who are their head off. But for Class B, it's side by side, because Adam Burgess has got alongside Steve ahead of alongside Steve Cheetham, heading up towards Druids and can't quite go through. Adam Burgess thinks the better of that. This is a great battle in Class B between the Porsche and the Honda. Cheetham in the Lodge Sports Racing team cars, the TI Motorsport Honda NSX that's sitting right in the slipstream, heading down towards Lodge, snatches the brake as he tries to get the car slowed down. Up Deer's Leap they will come, but they are tied together, 5th and 6th overall, leading Class B, the two of them, first and second, 20 seconds ahead of the rest, so they're clearly the class of the field within their class this season. As Liam Bidgway's car has been fixed, so that Lotus, or hopefully it's been fixed, heads back out onto the track.
Yeah, it does. I'm sure he'll just give it a bit of a shakedown for a lap or two. He may have to come back into the pits just to get things checked over, but he'll be keen to get back out and see what he can salvage from there. And looking at where he is in the points, well, he's not really anywhere in particular. I don't think he's finished a race, or if he has, it was right towards the back so far this season. So he'll just be keen to get a result under his belt, should think will be on Bidgeway. Meanwhile, I can still see Joe Taylor circulating. What lap times is he managing to put in now? He's done a 1:53. It's his best lap of the race.
So he has actually done a decent lap there, but I wonder if he's rectified whatever the...
Oh no, hang on, I'm reading the wrong column there. The wrong column. Try again, a 2:08.
That's, yes. Well, if he puts up with that for 2 hours just to score a couple of points, that's commitment, isn't it?
Well, but the thing is, I mean, with some of his championship drivers, rivals like the Browns, they're not here this weekend, who is just behind him in the championship. Never know what's going to happen with the Luke Sedgwickowski and David Whitmore car. It might be crucial at the end of the season just to finish, and if there's a bit of attrition, might even get a few points out of it. Very close there between those two Class C BMWs going past us. It's all very close as well between the two Class B leaders as they go under the bridge towards Druids once again. So as it was on the previous lap, it's not quite as close actually. It's still, what a moment there by the looks of it possibly for the Porsche up ahead, and he's got it sorted out okay. So that was
it's crabbing, isn't it?
It doesn't look a little bit like it's crabbing that car as it's coming back. That is not handling correctly at all, and it's bizarre that the Boxster of Steve Cheetham is able to stay ahead of the NSX. Is he going to come into the pits? No, yes. Yes, I don't know if he's had a choice in the matter, but yes, Steve Cheetham coming into the pits, so I don't know if we'll be able to find out what's going on with that car, but you're absolutely right, that's bizarre, isn't it, Josh?
You said about attrition, didn't you? And that's what's happening there to Steve Cheetham's got that grabs down in the pit lane and he sort of saves it, which was a rather dramatic moment. The team that E2M, what's happened? Because they haven't been watching the screens, obviously, but what's caused that car to crab like that? Whether there was contact out on the track, we don't know. But that moves Adam Burgess up into the Class B lead.
Steve Cheetham's getting out of the car. The championship leader is out of the car.
Adam Burgess was so cautious behind Cheetham. It was a super slow lap from him, but he didn't want to go past a car that was across the track.
Well, I guess there was always that danger. He was probably just thinking, I don't want to get taken out here by a car that's handling so badly. That was very strange, wasn't it?
So that means Burgess is actually only 10 seconds ahead of Colin Gillespie. That gap is halved.
Yeah, it's lost him 15 seconds, basically, hasn't it?
So we'll keep an eye on that and see if Cheetham can get back out there or not. It's not a massive drama, I guess, in his championship, but it's at first a sign of an issue for that car all season.
No, it's run very well, hasn't it? And Steve Cheetham in that number 43 car has gone pretty well. Local driver as well, of course. It's his home circuit, so he'll be disappointed if he's not able to bring it home and wrap it up this weekend. The man from Denton in Greater Manchester. So there's the NSX now on its own. Still leading Class B, that is Adam Burgess.
Second place car into the pit lane. Luke Sedgwickowski into the pits in the TI Motorsport BMWs. A potential issue here too. This means Cole Swift's half a minute up the road from anybody because the Rory Hind cars had a slow lap as well. So has that been an incident between the two cars that were kind of close together on the circuit? So Philip Moosdale, new to the series, is up to second. Rory Hind is third. In the pits is Luke Sedgwickowski. We've seen issues for this car recently. At Spa it had power problems there. It had punctures, didn't it, at Silverstone last time out, and they've gone straight to the engine bay. Luke Sedgwickowski out of the car, and looking at the mechanics, I think that might be day done.
Oh, right, well that's well, this is exactly why Joe Taylor is persisting, isn't it? For this kind of attrition that will afflict other people, because We'll see if that car does get back. There's bits of steam and smoke just rising from underneath the engine bay of that car now.
One of the mechanics was sort of doing the cut to the neck, to the throat side, saying that's done. But we shall see. There's our Class C leader. We haven't spoken much about him. That's John Munro, who's still running there in 12th. That'll become 10th, actually. It'll be a top 10 position, won't it, at this early stage of the race?
Yeah, he's just got ahead of that BMW there of Oliver Owen, number 91, so that's a change there. That's interesting to see.
He's way ahead of anybody else in Class C, because he's in top 10 overall. Darren Kellen's second's only 20th. So John Munro driving fantastically, the only driver in Class C to get under 2 minutes as well. So great drive from him. Because earlier on we didn't think he'd started because he was so far up the order, and we were looking in the wrong part of the timing sequence.
Yeah. Well, it's worth pointing out now that we've got our Class A Championship leader and our Class B Championship leader both in the pit lane now with dramas. So it looks like neither of them are going to pick up a decent result from this, even if they can get their cars back out again before the end. So really they're looking to what's going on in Class C. And Mike Stead and Khan, of course, are the drivers that are leading the Class C Championship. Coming into this weekend, they're 22nd overall at the moment.
Car Mazda off here at Cascades, and that's the Darren Kell car. So he's second in Class C, or at least he was. He's only just still. Right behind him is Andrew Lightstead. So this is for second and third in Class C. The two drivers are battling for the championship in that division as well. They're absolutely together up at Highland Bend after that off for Darren Kell at Cascades.
Just worth reminding people what the class structure here is. So Class A is for cars of up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B is 240 brake horsepower per tonne maximum. Class C 180 brake horsepower per tonne maximum. There are spot checks done on the Maha dyno here at the 750 Miles Club race meetings. That the weight, by the way, is taken into account without the driver. There's also a team of the driver of the day award put up by the sponsors Tegiwa, £200 voucher for that as well. So there's our race leader overall, and he's now leading from the Morsdale and Stephen Kent car. It's Peter Morsdale at the wheel of that at the moment by about half a minute.
It's like one of the cars just behind the leader had a big old look up there into Lodge, but I think they got away with it. So 13 laps done now by Cole Swift. He's consistently quick as well, consistently quicker than anybody else out there. So it's been a real star drive, as you'd kind of expect from Cole Swift, a very experienced driver, the 2018 Civic, sorry, that was for Baker, wasn't it, 2018 champion. In Civic Cup, Cole Swift was the runner-up the season before, and has had success in a number of categories. There's the third place car of Rory Hind out over the curbs on the exit of Lodge Corner. And is he catching Philip Moosdale, who's up in front of him? Not significantly, about 5 seconds between them.
Probably worth just giving a rundown on the order for everybody. So it's the number 6 car of Carl Swift leading the way from number 150, Peter Morsdale in second place. In third place is number 8, Rory Hind. In fourth is 133, Adam Burgess. In fifth is 15, Colin Gillespie. In sixth place is number 48. That is the car being driven at the moment by Robert Taylor. Seventh is the Will Ashmore and Matty Taylor, number 46, BMW. Eighth is the number 16, Paul Huxley Seat. Ninth is number 73, John Munro in the MX-5. And 10th is the Oliver Owen BMW, as Leon Bidgeway is back into the pits in the number 32 Lotus.
Well, he did a few laps out on track, didn't he, Liam Bidgeway? He did a 53 as well, 1 minute 52, sorry, so his pace was pretty good out there. Now they go into the engine bay, which is, I think that's been the problem for them most of the season, hasn't it, getting that car reliable. So they fixed it, but it didn't last for much longer.
No.
Here's our battle with second in Class C now, which is now being led by Andrew Lightstead ahead of Adam Meelan. Darren Kell has dropped to fourth and is under pressure for that position from Matthew Tidmarsh. He gets a big slide on, does Darren Kell, he saves it. But that's a sort of a 4-car battle for second in Class C now, despite the fact that they're, 40, 50 seconds behind the class leader, who's way up the road, John Munro.
Yes, John Munro, it's almost like he's in a different class. I mean, certainly John Munro, the stronger of the two drivers in that lineup, and hands it over to Nick Dougal for the second part of the race, but John Munro was going to be the quicker of those two drivers. But nevertheless, he'll have given them such a good advantage in the first half of the race. It would be very difficult for them to be caught, you would think.
He did that at Silverstone.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Big slide here from Adam Meelan. So this is all allowing Andrew Lightstead to get away, isn't it? We saw the two BMWs battling earlier, but that gap has extended between the two of them. Yeah, they've got 10 cars between themselves on John Munro that leads the class. Munro leads it by 45 seconds, isn't it, I reckon?
Here's the Class B leading car, Adam Burgess, and he's just lapping the Charlie Campbell Peugeot RCZ, number 4. There's Adam Meeland once again in the number 36 BMW. He's a local man, actually, 27 years old, from Nantwich, and I think racing is at his local circuit, Oulton Park, for the very first time, which he's very pleased to do. He's a refinement engineer at Bentley, and he's had relatively little racing experience, so sharing in a few races with Sam McKee, who owns that car.
Yeah, because that's the first time that we've seen this car out in Club Enduro since his accident at Croft, which put them out of the race there. But they did get on the podium at the opener at Oulton Park, so they have the potential to be up there. They're second place, then that's Lightstead. There's third Cal, so that's a change, isn't it? Darren Cal has got past Adam Meelan, so starting to recover is Darren Cal, regular Mazda MX-5 racer. He is, and had a successful season. Have been on the podium in every race bar the first one at Donington, and got that win last time out at Silverstone in the closing stages. Meelan puts a wheel on the grass there, turning into Knickerbrook. He got away with it though, but that's allowing Darren Cowell to get away. And then you got the Mazda of Matthew Tidmarsh chasing. I think Tidmarsh was leading his class in the Match 5 Championship, and kind of put that to one side, and he's concentrating on Club Enduro after enjoying a podium at Silverstone last month.
Yeah, that the championship for these previous races, unfortunately not as strong as it might be in terms of numbers. That is the 68 car of Darren Cahill. I saw here racing, not that car, but an MX-5 in the Super Series race here a few weeks ago. He was on the podium in the separate cars with son James, both of them on the podium in one of the 3 races that particular day. So 15 laps gone here. It's still Carl Swift leading by about, nearly 40 seconds now. And still leading Class B is Adam Burgess in the Honda NSX, and leading Class C is John Munro, and he is nearly a minute clear now of his nearest class rival, which is the Lightstead car.
Which is on the screen, exiting Cascade, heading down Lakeside. Good battle across the line for what is 5th position now. Colin Gillespie has got the Sayat behind him of Robert Taylor, and also the BMW of the Ashmore and Matthew Taylor car. I didn't get a start driver on that one, but the 3 of them battling for 5th, 6th and 7th all together. Meanwhile, on the screens, we can see Rory Hind, who is there in 3rd position, not really catching Philip Moosdale, about 5 seconds between the pair of them. There's Joe Taylor, who's a couple of laps down now, not really improving his pace, but still looking for points. And then we got the Class C cars in.
Yeah, heading down towards us. So there is that number 79 car being driven by Andrew Lightstead in the first part of this race, the 40-year-old from Bradford. Sarah's managed, started his racing career 9 years ago now at Brands Hatch in a Ford Fiesta XR2. Originally he was racing as part of the Classic Stock Hatch Championship alongside Imran Khan. They both raced together in Stock Hatch at that particular point. And this car actually is a road car, or was a road car in 2016 and converted for racing use in 2017. The Lightstead and Khan car, but it's needed a bit of work on it since the last meeting at Silverstone.
Yes, it's still got a bit of a rippled roof after the bonnet flew up down the Hanger Straight. There is Darren Kell. Is he catching Lightstead? I don't think so, actually. Adam Eland is keeping Kell honest as they come up across the line to complete what is 15 laps for the drivers. And Meelan goes up the inside of Kell for 3rd. Can't get through, though, at Old Hall, and actually loses a better time.
Back out into the race from the pit lane goes number 43, Steve Cheetham. So the man that was leading the championship, the car was crabbing 10 minutes or so ago when it came into the pit lane. Let's see if it can get back out on track and have a more successful run and try and pick up some points within Class B, but it will have lost a lot of time.
that battle for 5th we mentioned, both the Class A cars both passed Colin Gillespie on that last lap. So Colin Gillespie has dropped to 7th, and in the meantime he's dropped away from his Class B competitor Adam Burgess, about 20 seconds behind since that occurred. Back across the line has gone Cole Swift. He's way out in front, flying along in that Seat. There's Janetta though on your screen, the invitational car of Stuart Dayburn and David Trigg, which runs in 11th position. We've seen that car since Spa, so it did Spa and it did Silverstone last time out, and it's actually just gone past John Munro into Old Hall to take 9th overall. We have seen that car on the overall podium though in his first race, which was at Spa back in July.
Michael Downey again in the number 76 Porsche boxes together there, because just up ahead of it is the 719 car, which is being driven by Gavin Johnson in the first part of the race, the PDC Racing machine. Where's that running? That's running in 16th position overall, so that's an all boxed up class position battle. It's about to head down to Cascades. There you've got Class B leader coming through, and he's well into the traffic, isn't he there? But he's lapping the Lightstead car to be in 20th position overall. They're about to, as they come over the line to complete another lap. And the NSX does indeed go through.
And that Class C battle sort of all extended out now, hasn't it? Lightstead pulling away from Darren Kell, who's there in 3rd in class, but nearly 3 seconds behind now. Then there's a second or so to Adam Mealand, and then a couple of seconds to Matthew Tidmarsh. So they second through to 5th in Class C, not quite as close together as they were a lap or two ago. It's a battle for 4th position. 5th position goes back through again.
As Steve Cheetham back into the pit lane, sorry Josh.
And the Taylor and Jones car hasn't come through, so one of the Seats there, that comes into the pits, doesn't it, just behind Steve Cheetham. So that was in 5th position.
Okay, so that's into the pits, and I guess we're getting towards the part of the race where you might be making a routine stop now. We're about nearly a third of the way through, but let's have a look what's going on down here, down beneath us in the pit lane. The car's jacked up. I can't see from here. Is the driver out of the car in that case, Josh?
Driver's still in, but there's damage to the rear right corner. A bit of bodywork just been pulled away by the mechanic. I wonder if that was scraping the tyre at all, so a bit of an issue there. Steve Cheetham's car, I think they've given up with it now, put it into the garage. Looked like the rear left corner wasn't pointing where it should be. So what's caused that to happen though is probably the bigger concern going forward for Steve Cheetham.
Yeah, so that's still 2 rounds to go. He's still in a good position in the championship. This is a score that he'll drop, of course. Meanwhile, I noticed in the that little boxer battle that we're talking about, Gavin Johnson's got ahead now of Michael Downey, up into 16th place overall, and Downey's gone down to 17th position. So Gavin Johnson, another local driver, quite a few locals to Oulton Park racing here this weekend. Car being shared with Pip Hammond, who we'll see out later on.
The Robert Taylor and Mark Jones car is going to rejoin, but that's not its 3-minute stop, so I have to make another one, and has dropped way down the order. After that, then we will join a round where Matt Wallace, who had a similar issue earlier, and have made a shortened pit stop, and they're pretty much together now on the circuit, but a lap and a half or so back. So it's still Cole Swift that leads. He's nearly 50 seconds now ahead of Philip Moosdale, who's only 4 now ahead of Rory Hind, who's catching slowly. Adam Burgess 4th, leading Class B. 5th is the Ashmore and Taylor car. 6th is Colin Gillespie. 7th it is the Seat of Paul Huxley. In 8th position now will be Stuart Dayburn's Janetta. 9th will be John Munro's Mazda leading Class C, and top 10 completed by Oliver Owen. So this race at Oulton Park certainly seems to be an attritional one, Ian, at such an early stage.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, I was thinking the Class A entry wasn't as strong as it has been at other meetings anyway today. So not as much depth in that, which is why we've got Class B and even Class C cars up inside the top 10 on this occasion. Even though it's dry weather, you might think that you'd get that kind of thing if it was a bit wet and once you've got the pit stops underway, but no, it's not such a strong Class A entry today, and that combined with a little bit of attrition across the classes actually. As they're into the Druids there went for the MR2, that's the number 19 car being shared by Nathan Harrison and Martin Buckland. It's Nathan Harrison at the wheel of the 22 GT racing entry at the moment. He was a race winner in the MR2 Mark 1 series and second at that championship in 2014. Martin Buckland, who hand over to, has been a Class B champion in Sport Specials as well. There is the PDC Racing Porsche going through our screen now, but we've got another pit visitor, and it is the car I was just talking about, I think.
Yeah, the Toyota, the car originally built by Rogue Motorsport, wasn't it? A while ago now, I think, racing the Silverstone 24 Hours, sponsored back then by Forza Motorsport 4, and I suppose that shows you actually how old the car is, because Forza Motorsport have made 2 more games since that point. But into the pit lane has come, I think it was Nathan Harrison, you said, that had started that car. Yeah. So whether Martin Buckland, who's probably the one paying the bills, isn't he, will get a go already, or if that's an issue, perhaps it's an issue actually, because that doesn't look like a standard stop for that car. So another car in this first half of the race that is does have some sort of an issue.
It does indeed. It's back out again now though, so it's back out into the race.
Doesn't like much was done.
No.
Bit of a strange one.
There's our Class C leading car, just heading down towards Lodge Corner. That's the John Munro, Nick Dougal car. Actually, the next Class C car has now dropped off the first page of our timing screen, hasn't it? Which means that, yeah, Lightstead is now down into 21st place. Was running in 20th.
Darren Kell's dropped back because Milan's third, fourth is Tidmarsh, and Darren Kell, perhaps another mistake from here, has dropped to 5th in the class. Was running 3rd last time we spoke about them. So that's an issue for Darren Kell, a small issue for him, dropping back away. Here's a battle on our screens for what is 15th position overall. That is Steve Dolman's Mazda, just ahead of the Michael Downey Porsche, and Downey's going to have a run up across the line, trying to get up alongside the Mazda. Pretty even on speed there, and the Mazda's able to stay ahead as they turn into Old Hall Court. Staying in 15th place, Steve Dolman ahead of Michael Downey, just a quarter of a second apart, and they're only a couple of seconds away from Gavin Johnson, but I think Johnson has passed him on recent laps.
Yeah, I think you're right. Past our commentary box, there's the 55 car of Matthew Wallace after his drop. There's a heck of a lot of cars heading up towards Lodge Corner here, including the Tidmarsh car. You've got the Kell car there, and also lapping them, you have the car being shared by Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore. That's that red and black BMW Compact.
In what is 5th position, being chased by Colin Gillespie, who's in a different class, but battling for 5th and 6th overall. Just a second or so between them, and then a bit further back is Paul Huxley in his Seat, a car he shared with John Gardner, and they are only 15 points behind in the Class A Championship, inconsistent throughout the year. It could be a surprise championship finisher at the end of the season.
Absolutely. Worth noting as well that just behind that battle for 5th and 6th, that's the Ashmore and Taylor car and the Colin Gillespie car, you've then got the race leader. Not too far behind them, as his lap's a long way up the field already. There's Carl Swift here, lapping in, well, best of 151s. You're looking back to, let's say, 6th. The best lap time for Colin Gillespie is 156, so you're lapping 5 seconds a lap faster than the car in 6th place.
And he's got such good consistency, hasn't he, Cole Swift? Or the last lap, perhaps not the best lap to look at, but generally been much more consistent than Chaser. 2nd and 3rd are getting closer, aren't they, Rory, to each other? Rory Hind now only 2 seconds behind Philip Moosdale, so that gap is coming down all the time between those two BMWs. It's a E46, I think, for Moosdale, and E36 for Hind. The Jeff Steele racing car ahead, and Moosdale will share that with Stephen Kent, whereas Rory Hind is sharing with Owen Fitzgerald. There's Matt Wallace recovering from his off early on. He's back up to 17th now in his Seat, a similar car to the lead car. Comes across the line, and we're looking to see how far up the order he can get during the course of the race, and he'll be handing over to his brother Simon during the course of it.
Indeed, so we are now just into the middle third of the race, so probably this is the time when we'll perhaps start to see some of the more routine pit stops happen, depending on whether you're started with your faster or slower driver. That may affect your thinking as to how deep you go, of course, the fuel strategy as well. But what we've not had yet, and I don't even mention it really, safety car, because that's always something that can have potentially quite big impact on strategy.
Probably all the people in the pit lane heard the word safety car and they were scampering.
Twitched.
Because that is the time to make your pit stop, of course, because it will take a lot less time in reality than doing it in a green flag stop. There's Nathan Harrison after his brief stop in that Toyota, chasing Charles Campbell's Peugeot up across the line. So two race cars, you don't see that often. The GT, it's an MR2, isn't it? The MR2 Super GT car chasing the Peugeot RCZ up through Old Hall and down the avenue they go. On the screen, we've got the Clear Cup car there, the Gen 4 car of William Beach ahead of a Civic, both area motorsport riding cars. The Civic is Luke Handley. Those two cars come up across the line just ahead of Oliver Creeks. That's a three-car battle for what is 11th position overall, and it's for 4th in Class B, heading up into the
There he goes. All right. Working against the leader, lap 23. Is there a bit of smoke or flare just on the back of Dan Carl's car there? It's just 52 car. Not the Dan car, that's the Steve Dolan and Paul Scher's car.
Hi Darren.
In the future. Oh, and here's, that's an unhappy Carl Swift, I think.
Yeah, Darren,
I think he felt that the nose was cut off him there by the number 48 car,
so
Taylor Mark Jones Seat. The two Seats together on track. I think Carl Swift possibly feeling a little bit of grief there, but just as well, he's got a big lead.
Does 23 laps now, and he's 50-odd seconds ahead of the second place car. We'll have to watch out to see if Moosdale's gap comes down much more to Rory Hind after we saw a couple of laps going. Meanwhile, across the line, 3rd and 4th in Class C, pretty close together now. Just exiting that corner, Adam Meelan's been re-caught by Matthew Tidmarsh in the Mazda. You see that on our screens. There's Lightstead just up ahead of them in 2nd, and then 3rd and 4th. The BMW of Meeland, and then the Mazda of Tidmarsh, and not far behind them is Darren Kell in another of the MX-5s. There's the second place car though, just lapping the Peugeot. And that's Philip Moosdale, who climbs up Deers Leap to complete 23 laps for him. It was about a minute ago that Cole Swift did that. The gap though to Rory Hind was 2.4 seconds. PB for Moosdale means the gap goes up to nearly 3 seconds.
Yeah, so hour and a quarter left to go in this race. Busy little bit of circuit heading down into Cascades that time. There's our leader in Class C as well. That's the 73 car of John Munro just going through in 9th position overall. It's still being led by the Burgess NSX by about 35 seconds from the second place car within that class. There's still a good battle between the Boxsters going on. This is one that's about to appear into shot, I think, so watch for this come down the hill. It's Gavin Johnson in the PDC, the white and blue Boxster, followed by the orange and white car of Michael Downing. Those two still rather close together, so they've been battling for quite some time, being in similar lap times in 2 minutes. Although Michael Downey's done a much better lap actually during the course of this race. He's done a 1:58.56 compared to Gavin Johnson's 1:59.34.
Yes, and I think Downey done that a lap or so ago and really closed that gap in from doing that better lap. Across the line, you see their good battle continues for 5th between Gillespie and Will Ashmore. Just a few tenths of a second between them, 5th and 6th in different classes. Two cars that are in the same class, but they've changed around there. Up into 4th position in Class C goes Darren Kell. He's passed Matthew Tidmarsh on that lap, and they've got a lap, the car of Ivor Mares, that's not going quite so well here at Oulton Park. Up the inside of the BMW they go, but up into 4th in Class C then is the Mazda MX-5 in the hands of Darren Kell, going ahead of Matthew Tidmarsh. Both are single or solo driver entries, so they'll be doing the full 2 hours by themselves.
They will indeed. 46 minutes of the race now gone. Joe Taylor is still plugging away. What lap times is Joe Taylor doing now? It's 2:04, so he has found 4 seconds during the course of this race. Although that last lap was a 2:12. He's still plugging away, but he is 3 laps behind the leader. It's positive 3 laps behind the leader, Carl Swift. He
he's 8th in class, I reckon. So actually, we'll be scoring a few extra points over Luke Sejakowski, who's only 5 points ahead of him in the championship. However, we'll be able to count this as one of his drops, so perhaps we'll get a few points back. They're actually equal on drop scores, aren't they? So it's going to be a close contest between them heading to Snetterton, I would presume. And if the leader can finish where they do, Swift and Baker, they might be able to really bring themselves back into that Class A championship hunt.
Certainly possible with those 2 meetings left to go. There's the Colin Gillespie car, number 15. Just behind it is the Ashmore and Taylor. We're not sure who's aboard that car at the moment. There's a penalty for the 316 car, Ivor Mares, so that would be a track limits infringement, I would think, for Ivor. As across the line comes the number 16 Seat Leon as well. That's the Paul Huxley version. So it was a Seat that won the race last year here. Guy Colclough winning in the... now we've got a yellow flag because off has gone one of the Seats at Oulton Corner.
It's the Rob Taylor and Mark Jones car. Rob Taylor started, but it's taken out the tyre wall, hasn't it? On the approach to Old Hall. All the teams will see this, and what will they expect to have actually happening?
Well, what could we predict would happen in this case? Certainly going very slowly is the 26 car into that yellow flag zone, and that's sort of holding up behind it. The number 8 car, and
safety
now there's
car board, is that?
No safety car
that's
board
the penalty
yet.
board.
No
I think.
safety car board yet, but Rory Hind there was quite badly delayed by a back marker who went particularly slowly. Into the pits has come Joe Taylor. So what's Joe Taylor going to do? He is into the pit lane and he's driving out of the pit lane again. I'm not quite sure what to make of that.
Is that the Wallace car that's coming in, I think? Might be Wallace.
Yeah, I think it is as well. But the race leading car is heading up towards Lodge Corner now, so this might not be the worst time to make a pit stop, you know, if you were in a preemptive mood. And indeed it is. The leading car is into the pit lane, so that is number 6. That's Carl Swift into the pits.
While the safety car's not out on track, it's not necessarily helping, although the safety car certainly is on standby. And Cole Swift does come in right underneath us, actually. Parks next to the Matt Wallace Seat. You also got Gonin Kalepsi coming in his Class B BMW. Marshall's on the scene there at Old Hall, but still the safety car has not been deployed.
Yeah, the driver's out of the car, isn't he? Certainly. It's just that there has been quite a heavy derangement of not only the tyre barriers, but the rep cell barriers as well. We're not able to see this, but we can see it from our commentary box window. So I think we are going to see a few more cars come in. I think this is Darren Kell coming in now as well, is it?
Absolutely. The driver's not out, by the way, because he's up against the tyre, so he's having to clamber
out the passenger door.
Driver okay, for sure, but it's just an awkward job the marshals have had to help Robert Taylor get out. But amazing, there's no safety car.
Right, let's go down to Jacob, news from the pits. Possibly, we're not quite able to hear from Jacob just yet. But yeah, still do have yellow flags down here at turn 1 at Old Hall Corner.
Well, we've now removed double yellows, gone to single.
Well, that kind of suggests that we're not going to go safety car, doesn't it, if that's the case?
Can't imagine that car be left in. Now everybody is bundling in all of a sudden. So we've got 26, we've got 62, 91, 27, 51 and 10, I reckon, all into the pit lane. Hope you noted all those quickly.
Do that again.
So we've got 27, which is Will Beach, 51 is Luke Handley, and number 10 is the Lotus of
Oliver Crease.
Yes, and number 91 I've noticed there too, the Oliver Owen car. So they're some of our significant stoppers. 52 is in too, that's Steve Dolman.
Okay, noting all of this down, of course.
46 is in, that's the Taylor and Ashmore Compact. There were a few others in, but now we go. Safety car is now attempting to be deployed. Now I wonder if Cole Swift has just pitted a lap too early there, Ian, because a lot of that time wasn't
under the safety car.
Yeah, exactly.
The safety car still not out onto the circuit yet because it's waiting to pick up whoever the leader's going to be, which should be the Peter Moulsdale BMW. That's
except for it probably coming to the pits.
Apart from it, well, it probably will now because everyone now is coming into the pits.
Yeah, I see that Owen Fitzgerald down there waiting for his car, the car that Rory Hind is going to take over. See 79 Lightstead is in, as is 81 Tidmarsh, but staying out on track is 36 Mealand in that Class C battle we've watched. Simon Wallace aboard the side that Matt started is heading out onto the track. A safety car has gone out onto the track now, by the way. No longer on standby mode, but is in. And
Ivan Mayers is in.
A bit of confrontation as Andrew Lightstead hasn't parked his car in a diagonal line like he'd been asked to, so the officials have just had a chat about that. But now the pit stop goes ahead anyway.
He's not actually alone in having done that, but because it's not the longest of pit lanes, as Rory Hind now comes in number 8.
But there's nowhere to park.
Parking. Yeah, well, we saw this in the motorsports race at Donington Park last week, didn't we? As well, where everyone pitted all in one go because of a safety car. That's the Charlie Campbell car in. The Class B leader is in as well. That is Christopher Nylan. And said that the Leggett car, that the Graham Campbell car was in as well. The 133 car does at least find a place to pit. The 76 car, that's the Michael Downey car, that's in as well. I will tick him off on my list. So essentially I think most of the cars that haven't been in are probably ones that have retired already. That's Joe Taylor now coming in for his pit stop as well, I can see. So a lot of cars into the pit lane here.
Darren Kell tries to squeeze out, does, which will hopefully help some of the others.
And there you can see how busy it is in the pit lane at the moment because there are a lot of cars in the pit lane. So lots of cars in the pit lane at the moment.
Don't know if the Millsdale and Kent car came in. Don't know if you've got that.
No, I haven't, which is quite significant because I thought that was the one that might be in the lead.
But I'm saying I'm not sure if it has come into the pits.
Oh,
that's what my point is. I'm not sure if it's in there or not.
No, I don't think it was.
So that's what I was trying to make the point of, which is an interesting decision.
Yeah, maybe this time round, but how long is this safety car going to go on for? Probably a little bit longer yet because the car's not moved. They'll need to rebuild the barriers as well.
And I reckon they've put a lap on Cole Swift, which is now Rob Baker, of course, which is interesting.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see the work the teams do to try and keep the driver cool. I'm not sure that fanning of the door will do an awful lot, but it's worth a go.
So now most of the 3-minute stops are being completed, aren't they?
We
haven't had the safety car back yet. So
it's a slow lap, isn't it, from the safety car, which is what we'd expect.
And that's what's helping everybody that pitted late.
It's just going through Druids now.
So we check to see if Moosdale is still there, which we think he should be. Because we don't think he came into the pits with everybody else.
Yeah, now we're starting to see drivers getting back out into the race, and this is where everyone's got to be careful. He said watching two cars get a little bit close together underneath the commentary box window. So some of these cars getting back out into the race. Now the danger is here, you're soon going to get a red light at the end of the pit lane, aren't you, when the safety car train comes through. So you want to get out if you can before that turns red. Imran Khan goes out, and he's still confronted by a green light.
More fuel going into the Hind and Fitzgerald cars. I don't think they've done their pit stop as quick as they could have done.
Safety car, the pit light is now red. So Matthew Tidmarsh is going to have to wait for the light to change. It's not a very long queue of cars that he's got to let through, fortunately.
150 in this time, the Moosdale and Kent team.
Okay, that is in now.
However, I reckon
the lead.
If they can do this stop before the safety car comes back round, they could put the equivalent of a lap on Cole Swift and Rob Baker, who I think really did pit too early.
Just looking at Michael Downey's car in the pit lane, that's got some damage to the left-hand driver's, or the left-hand side of the car, hasn't it? Like it's scraped down something or someone, possibly. Or the mirror's intact on that side of the car, so not sure what was the cause of that. Maybe it's been like that all day. Just happened to notice it beneath us here.
And we've still got red lights at the end of the pit lane because the recovery is going on.
And there's more cars still to come through as well.
I say the recovery is going on into the pit lane entry as well of the Robert Taylor car.
So this sort of does affect those cars. Probably the most significant car there that it does affect is the Chris Nyland Honda NSX, as it now is. So that's the one that's really lost out there, the Class B leading car.
Tyre change on 150, Moonsdale and Kent.
Okay.
Or one tyre at least. So is that a tyre issue? We can see this on the screen actually now as well, as Stephen Kent gets aboard. Now, is it a flat or is it just a worn tyre? Quite possibly just a worn tyre, and the team can feel they can do this within the 3 minutes pit stop time. One car I don't think has pitted is the PDC racing car, Ian, of Gavin Johnson, that's stayed out there.
No, it is there.
Oh, so it's pitted a lap later than the rest, hasn't it? So it's moved up the screens, but because of a later stop. So perhaps the team just thinking doing something different because they were a bit further back on the field.
There's the 150 car, which is the one that was being worked on, trying to get the driver strapped in. Stephen Kent to get that car back out into the race. That car was leading into its pit stop. Jeff Steele Racing run car. Still the safety car stays out. We've got well, just over an hour of this race left to go, so we're pretty much at the halfway mark now. So the safety car was one that really came at an ideal time for the teams there, wasn't it?
Not an ideal time for the pit lane to be overcrowded.
No, but in terms of when they would have wanted to have made their stops, it would have been in the middle of the race. So it fell well for them. So it does cause different issues of congestion and red lights at the end of the pit lane and so on and so forth, with the safety car being out. That's the one minus to making you pit stop under the safety car. Right, we can now go down to Jacob in the pits.
Okay, we are down here in the pits with John from TWP Racing. John, how's your race going?
Yeah, brilliantly so far. We've got the brakes working. We've had that since Silverstone, so now we really do have pace to fight in these races, and the first stint was fantastic. Got our first pole of the season, and it was just a case of trying to extend the gap out the front, but I think we got further ahead than we'd anticipated. So, yeah, just hoping things stay as they are, and Nick can take the car to the flag, so I'm happy with how things are going.
Was it the safety car that prompted your pit stop?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we kind of have a rule in the team that if the safety car comes out, we're both quite similarly paced as drivers, so we'll maximise the strategy if we can. So the fact that the safety car came out, that's just instantly a shout for us to come in. So who would have thought having brakes in our car would give you 2 seconds a lap, but it shows it's pretty important. So we're really happy as a team.
Brilliant. And you staying out of trouble out there?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I had no contact at all. There was a couple of incidents just in front of me to avoid. I had the Ginetta GT4 going across the chicane and stuff like that, but generally everyone was really clean, the racing was good, and I had a lot of clean air, so I can't really argue. I got a lot of good clean laps in and the pace was good, so yeah, it's happy days.
Brilliant. Thanks for talking to us, John. We're going to head further down the pits. Back to you, Ian and Josh. For now, we'll try and get a chat with our race leaders.
Yes, well, we'll see who that is in a moment, but we've got the race back underway. Green flags waving because the recovery has been done at Oulton Corner. And when the safety car came in, one car that was stranded at the end of the pit lane with the red lights on, Josh, was that of Peter Morsdale, and now Stephen Kent at the wheel of it, the 150 BMW.
And I think that's going to promote Cole Swift, but now Rob Baker back into the lead. But they haven't got a very big margin over the rest. It would seem the Class B car of what is now Chris Nylon, taken over from Adam Burgess in the NSX, will be second. We'll check that when they come to the end of the lap, when the timing screens start to make a bit more sense than perhaps they do at the moment.
Yeah.
But it would appear we've got about 7 cars on the lead lap, which is better than what it would actually before the safety car.
It was.
So certainly Cole Swift and Rob Baker Area Motorsport team don't think that was the best pit strategy, but because Cole Swift had picked up so much of a gap, there he is. I think they're still in the lead, and if Rob Baker can continue the pace that Cole Swift had, they should be able to go away from the field.
And that is a reasonably consistent driver pairing that too as well, isn't it? Rob Baker and Carl Swift. So they come over the line. It is Rob Baker, first car to come through to complete 29 laps of this race. We've just had over an hour, so I'll give you a rundown on the positions in a minute when things have settled down after the stops. Second now, actually, is the Class B car. Chris Nyland in the Honda NSX, just 12 seconds behind the leader. We'll wait to see who is shown in third. It's the Will Ashmore and Matty Taylor BMW Compact number 46 in third. In fourth place, it's Owen Fitzgerald now in the BMW M3 number 8. And who's going to be fifth? Wait and see. That is the Mulesdale and Kent BMW, the 150 car. That's come through in fifth, and then it's the Dayburn and Trigg Giannetti, the invitation class car, is in sixth place, number 44. Seventh is number 16, the Paul Huxley, and now John Gardner, Seat. And then we think that's probably everyone on the lead lap, don't we? So eighth, number 15, Colin Gillespie. Ninth is the number 91 BMW of... Sorry, not the 91 BMW. Yes, I do mean the number 91 car. That is... I need to check who's driving that, because it's saying Bird, but it's Kirkland on the entrance, but it must have been a change to the programme, which we haven't picked up. We'll try and work out who that is. 10th is the 27 car, which is the William Beach and Chris Coomer Clio.
So therefore in Class B, Chris Nylon is basically a lap ahead of the rest. Oh, lots of smoky out of Mazda on the screen.
That's Paul Sheridan now, isn't it, in the 52 car? I thought that was smoking earlier on as well, and that certainly is now.
Yes, whether this is when it's on high fuel, because of course the car's been refueled. Hope that it's not laying anything on the circuit, because it's smoking pretty significantly. And heading off towards Lodge Corner. Paul Shear's not going slowly in it, so he's overtaking cars in this cloud of smoke and actually just passing Chris Coomer there for position, but it doesn't look healthy whatsoever. Across the line he goes. It's not slowing Paul Sheard at all. He actually moves up into ninth position.
Right, let's go down to the pit lane once again and let's see who Jacob Harris has got this time.
Down here in the pits, we've got currently 5th place. Pete, tell us how it's going for you.
Yeah, good. The first stint was really good. I mean, everyone took off from that start going absolutely flat out. You know, there was a spin, we managed to get, I think we got into 4th place. And we just stayed on it. I think it's hot today, so the tyres are getting hot, the brakes are getting hot, and we just backed off a little bit. And the guys in 2nd and 3rd, I think, started struggling with tyres, and I saw some of them going off a bit. So we managed to get past them, and then just hold 2nd. And then really, in 2nd, it was a case of just keeping the tyres. The tyres are getting so hot, and just backing off, letting them cool down for a couple of laps, speed up again. I think we had an E36, a white one, coming up behind us in 3rd there for a while. I could see him coming, and then but we then sped up again just to keep the gap going, once the tyres had cooled down. But really, it's a 2-hour race. It's all about managing brakes, tyres, and keep going.
How does the heat affect you as a driver? Because obviously these cars don't have air conditioning. I wouldn't advise rolling down the window.
No, exactly. It's very hot in there, but you keep going. It's hot. We'll survive.
That's here. I hope you're enjoying your first time around here.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It's such a great circuit. It's very technical. It's very challenging. It's difficult. It's not easy. You can make up a lot of time and you can lose a lot of time. But yeah, it's a fantastic circuit and a great championship as well. And our team, Jeff Steele Racing, they're constantly on the radio telling us where everybody is. Keep telling us what lap times to do. Keeping things under control. So yeah, we get the easy bit, just driving round.
Glad you're enjoying your first time here, and hopefully we'll see you again at future rounds.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks. Back to you guys in the comments box.
Yes, thanks, Jacob. While we were here from you, we saw the 52 Paul Sherd car pulling off. It's looking a little bit less smoky than it was, Josh.
And the car that was 2nd in Class B, Colin Gillespie, came into the pits and went straight into the garage. So that's 2 drivers that were in the podium positions within Class B. So that means it's Adam Burgess there a lap ahead of the rest, with the Bird and Owen BMW for 2nd, the Clio and Chris Coomer just behind him.
Yeah, so we are watching the only in Class C, Josh.
It looks like they're in about half a minute now behind Nick Dougal, who